Command center access granted. Welcome to the command center, Captain. Engaging forward control panel.
Right. Let's see here. Let's pull to the forward view. And let's see. Let's see where everybody went. I mean, it wouldn't be a stream on this channel if it weren't for technical difficulties. Man, hopefully I'm even coming through audio-wise. I don't even know. Yeah, I think I am. So they drifted into space. That's funny. Let's see. We need to go. Where? Why aren't we showing up? We're on the view screen. It's so weird because it's like part of it is showing up. Right. Something is wrong. Oh man. Well, if one of you guys wants to kind of welcome people and introduce what we're doing while I try to get us on screen, that would be cool.
Travis is like smiling, like, oh.
I'm gonna take that as a no.
I mean, it's just like a voice from nowhere, right? A voice from nowhere, just kind of.
The voice from
What's
space.
Boom. Okay.
How's everyone doing?
That's on. Oh, I bet I have to turn
everybody.
it on.
Welcome to Game Jelly Night.
Boom.
Yeah, welcome to Game Jelly. This is our, what, 7th session? Or, I don't even know what session we're on.
Has it been 7 weeks?
That sounds about right. It's crazy, right? Man.
That's awesome.
I feel like we should be...
Oh, there we are.
I feel like we should be further along after that much time, but I take most of the blame for that. But also, 90 minutes, or even if we stay later, it goes so much faster than you think it's gonna.
Right. Originally, we were planning for an hour and a half, but we've been working beyond that.
Right.
We've been having more time.
Right, but even like 3 hours isn't very much a week.
Right.
No, it really isn't.
Especially for what we're doing.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like we've had a ton of time. We've made some good progress. So tonight, hopefully we can put some of these pieces together and feel like we've taken another couple steps forward. Welcome to everybody who's coming in and checking out what we're doing. And we are short one, so do want to recognize normally Attack the Dawn is here with us doing modeling, some artwork, and she won't be able to join us for tonight's stream, but you look the same size as always.
That's good, right?
I'm not sure I follow that. Let's see.
Oh, would it be like 3 screens on one? So would one side be larger and then the other two?
Oh no, I left it exactly the same because number one because we're short one. Okay, but all right.
It's all good. Dad jokes.
Thank you. Yeah, we're I didn't change up the layout really. Because it would have taken a lot of work.
Right.
And so, yeah. Okay.
So welcome to Game Jelly. Thanks for joining us. It's like a game jam, but we're just
Yeah.
hanging out,
Hi, everyone.
working on a video game.
Yeah, it's it's a little
Indefinite
different.
time frame.
Woo
There's
woo.
A little
no
different.
deadline.
I,
Right?
I don't know if it
No
would be.
deadline. We just kind of.
I don't know if it
No.
would be good or bad if there was.
Oh right, yeah.
Would that be a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not
Hmm.
sure. Uh,
We have an advertisement going on.
I want to say bad.
yeah. Well, how are you guys doing? Ludum, Travis, how are you?
Good, thank you. And yourself?
Doing
Good.
well. Doing well. Did you guys have a good week?
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm good.
Nice week.
It's
A
been
little
busy.
more chill.
Well, okay, so Travis had a chill week and Ludum had a very busy week. But
Mhm.
hopefully they were both good.
And what about you?
Yeah, somewhere in between. Mine's just been very focused, very pandemonium heavy, so it's nice to shift to something else for the moment.
Which this week for you is technically a very successful one because you submitted.
I did not. I intended to this morning and did some more work and found some more issues. I went to go add in an element that one of my artists sent me, and it required a little more work
Could
than
that be?
anticipated. And then found a couple bugs in the meanwhile. So, yeah. All right, let's see. So I just realized since we just tried to have a redeem that I didn't restart the queue.
Welcome
So,
back from the advertisement.
yep. Let me
Welcome
restart
back from the
this.
break.
So we're gonna get hit with a few videos. But,
An officer has arrived in command center.
all right. Welcome to our officers who are present.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Yeah. Let's see.
Abomination.
An officer has arrived in
And
command
roll.
center.
There we go.
Woo woo.
Woo woo.
What's that? That one's blank.
The names don't pop up on those. I still gotta work
An
on
officer has arrived in
Oh,
command
okay.
center.
that. All right.
Wait, speaking of
Incoming transmission from
the stuff
archived
I
footage.
threw to you
How
for
you
Panda,
doing?
did the animation work okay?
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
Incoming transmission from archived footage.
Then no, apparently.
So here's the thing with the thing the thing with the thing is because the animations were wrapped into the original model, I wasn't sure what I needed to do to get them to work into Unity. So they were there and they were functional.
Mhm.
So I just had to do some research and figure out how to basically take what was included because I'm used to creating the animation. So basically I had to create an animator controller to pull the included animations, which was pretty easy, but it did take me a little just to figure out to make sure I was doing it right and how to do that. But once I did it, it was super easy, and then I got them set up to work just fine. The trickier part was that it was one FBX for a solid object. There wasn't like a second one that had like a hollow item. So I had to get creative and do some things to create the image insert. So I had to learn a couple new items to do that as well and had to approach it in some unique ways. And then I had to recode the way that the script currently worked because my attempts at doing it created a new set of circumstances. So I had to basically revamp the code for how it deals with all image coins. But now it's working. It's all good. And we've got that implemented into the game with both images and without. So it's all good.
So there's nothing you need me to change
That is correct.
on my end.
That is
Okay.
correct.
Because if you needed me to, just let me know.
Nope, it's all good.
But you already know that.
We got it set. Thank you, though.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you. So for tonight, I thought I would. I left off last week. I had set up this point system to work off of obstacles, and it wasn't working. So I thought I'd troubleshoot that, get that resolved, and then afterwards, ideally, I could shift gears. If you guys have something you want me to work on, I can. Otherwise, I thought I might work on starting on like an animation for our start, like rolling the balls back into the cannons and working on propelling them out onto the track. I don't know, but
Yeah, go
yeah.
for it.
What? So I'll throw it to you then, Sir Ludum. What you got in store for us?
Well, since Attack isn't here tonight, I'm gonna probably start modeling some basic assets for the level.
Nice.
Because I was working on like almost like a half pipe moment.
Yeah.
So probably in Blender, I'm gonna probably use the spline tool and just create maybe some connective half pipe elements so we can kind of start shaping like those racing moments down, in a half pipe kind of thing.
Okay.
Just to kind of have something to connect one area to another. That's probably what I'll
Okay.
be working on. And what about you, Travis?
I'm working on, of course, the music. I'm going to try to fix a few spots. This one section seems to kind of just move directly into the next without any transition. So I think I might want to add sort of a break. Not, not exactly a pause per se, but something where it can transition smoothly. And then maybe a third section so that the music, if the game is going on for quite some time, then people that play it often won't get tired of the music. So potentially adding a third section. Um, with that said, how long do you think the marble race game would go? Like,
So, do you want to like? It's going to be tough to guess in its entirety. It's also going to be tough to know for sure, even each section. But it would be pretty cool. Those are good questions. It would be pretty cool to have kind of the music change up, like you said, transition
right.
um, based on the section. So, like while we're in the fight scene, we want maybe we have one section of music. It all ties together, but that one could be a higher tempo and a kind of intense thing. Whereas maybe with the like I don't know. You tell us. But
Right.
yeah,
So
for
if
the
it's like
different.
a particular level
Okay.
where you're spending a few minutes within one space,
Yeah.
then potentially if you're having to play that level over and over again, a third section of music might make things a little more just might make things more, I don't know, refreshing to your ear. Um, but I don't know, maybe when you play the game a second time or a third time, maybe the music can start in a different spot so that potentially you can get to that third section. But anyway,
We yeah.
potentially working on a third part for the music. But yeah,
Cool.
definitely that could be go towards another part of the game or another level.
Cool. Yeah, I think we did talk about creating some um, modular effect, being able to kind of have the game proceed in different order or different pieces. I think that might come into play more as we grow and expand it. I think as we start out, we just want to get a few sections that are functional. I
Hmm.
mean, get it functioning, get it working, and then we can kind of get a feel for that. And then as we grow and expand it, the idea being we might have 12, maybe we have 10 different parts to this castle,
Mhm.
but each time we play, only 4 actually get played. So it'll be like like maybe the last scene is the same, the starting and the last are the same every time, but the ones in the middle, you know, are randomized, or you have players vote on which sections are going to show up, or you have choices that happen during the game affect what track comes next. I don't know. There's all kinds of options there, but we did talk about sort of a kind of modular effect to it as we go. But at this point, I think we just need a functional section.
Right.
Yeah. And then, yeah,
Working
as
on
far,
that.
yep. As far as the timing, it's going to be super tough to know until we actually just dive in and mess with it. So it might be one of those situations where we play it and then you're like, oh crap, this is a lot longer than I thought. Maybe I need to add a little. Or you might be like, oh wow, that went a lot quicker than I thought. Okay.
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, once you have like kind of once you have everything figured out in terms of where the marbles are at certain parts of the game, and when it flows into a different scenery, different section of the castle, then like once that's kind of figured out, then I could go back into the music and kind of shift things around so that they can go along with the game, almost as if it's like cinematic, you know.
Cool. Right on. Sounds good. Yeah,
Ah,
like
thanks, Aspen. I mean, Abomination and Royal.
like you said, just yeah, having some kind of transition in there that builds into the music, or it'll be kind of seamless. That'd be cool. I know that's kind of what you do, so
I
looking
try. I
looking
try.
forward to
Yeah.
it. Yeah, we got to hear another sampling, some more of Travis's music. He got another one of his participated in another group game jam project, and they presented their project last weekend after we had our game jelly. So
Yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
that was cool. It was cool. I was like right away when the presentation started, I'm like, that's his music.
Yeah, I'm still working on that
Nice.
one. I need to add some more to it.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Um, So I may have to run this a few times in a test environment just to get figure out what's going on with these hit points, or these point accumulations, why they're not working. I think I'm gonna add a couple debug lines real quick so I can track down where in the chain the issue is. Let's see. Oh, that is all kinds of wrong. I mean, it kind of works, but not really. How do I remove that mess? Let's see. I don't want to do that. Or do I? Yep, that is what I do. Okay. Alright. Am I stuck with this view then? I thought for sure I could. I don't know. Control.
Let's see.
How about you all? Those of you who are joining us in chat or are here to kind of hang out, watch the process. How are you? How's your week been? Let's see. Obstacle. Where's my obstacle script? Oh, right there in front of my face. Obstacle. Ah. It went by way too fast. Always. Man, always.
Yeah.
At least for me.
Sure
Time in
does.
general just goes way too fast. I remember when I was a kid, you know, you're like, Christmas seems forever off, and you would just like, you know, getting through the end of a school day felt like it took forever. Getting through your week, getting to the weekend, it was like, oh, it's so far away. And then, like, now, I feel like I, you know, wake up and it's a month later. Like, I blink and I missed a week, you know? Oh, man. And the rest of y'all are so young compared to me.
What?
Just, it
No.
gets worse as you get older, I'm telling you.
That's
Yep.
I imagine so. I mean that in the nicest way possible. But
Taken as such. All right.
all right. I'm trying to remember how to utilize splines in Blender. It's such an easier way of making half pipes and stuff. It's been so long. We'll go with 60.
Want shield obstacle.
We'll
These
go
all
45.
should be the prefab.
We'll center that.
what's everyone eating tonight?
I have
What's
not
for
even
dinner?
bothered getting around to dinner yet. I might have to grab something later if I get hungry. I just
Let's do a dinner break.
I ate such a big lunch. I got the pizza we were talking about the other day.
Oh, nice.
So I filled myself up for lunch pretty
That
bad.
sounds good.
For me, rum and coke.
Rum and Coke. I mean, that
Nice.
sounds good. I don't know that it sounds like dinner.
It's enough carbs there, right? Plenty of carbs.
Yeah, with the
Or
rum, yeah.
Chicken salad sandwich and tater tots, says Abomination.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
Tater tots and chicken salad sandwiches. Wait. That sounds right. That sounds eerily suspicious.
Is it a curry chicken salad sandwich
It's almost. I've heard it both ways.
with like pear, slices of pear inside? I was just kind of random. Tater tots and chicken salad. Food, everything sounds good right now. I'm like hungry.
All right. Let's see. This open inspector. Okay. I don't. I feel like this was the problem I had before. I feel like this might have to do with it, but I don't know. You've got
Why?
the script and the collider on two different things. They're on the same. Now, hold on. Is that the dragon?
Speaking of
Incoming
water.
transmission from archived footage.
Maybe.
Boom, boom, boom. Water,
Yes,
water.
he's.
What can you do with water? You need water for the dishes, water for your hair, water for the fishes, and water for the clothes that you wear. Boom, 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 boom.
Not as loud as it could be.
All right. Hydrate from Lunam. Thank you, sir. Thank
Not yet.
you.
Thank you. Thank
Not
you.
yet. What do you mean, not yet?
Not yet. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Might get
I'm
louder over time.
Oh. I'm like, you don't want us to drink water yet? What? What?
Oh, of course I do.
All right. Send us back into condition blue here. There we go. All right. Boom. Still got so many little things to work out.
I don't know if I like that.
Obstacle. We're gonna do scripts. Where we have scripts. Obstacle. Okay.
Does it work if I rotate it? No. It does not work that way.
What? What's fun?
Just laughing at everybody commenting on the dog. It's great.
Oh, really?
Our inspiration for the
Oh, no.
our inspiration for the main character, or the
That's right.
the big boss in the game. Even the whole concept of having a boss in the game all started from your dog.
Nice.
That's so great.
It's true.
I think it'd be nice to have an enemy boss.
And the boss name has to be Frumples.
Yes.
And the dragon.
Yes. Frumples the dragon.
I need to wake him up.
All right.
Oh, these aren't connected. Oh, shoot. Oh, bother.
I want to run a test if anybody wants to join just for the fun of it. Let's see. That's right.
Pika solo. Picalo.
Abomination, you want to do the honors and give us an RR start? Thank you.
That's all that was in range.
Oh, I need to see. Okay. We can get it after. Got those. Boom. That's not happening. Okay, that camera is all sorts of a mess. That is not working. And points. And let's go out of maximize or console. And absolutely 0 collisions are being detected anywhere. Okay, great. Troubleshooting has begun. Yikes.
There we go. There's a merge button. That helps.
Abomination, let me know if you want me to put you, we could put you audio only if you want into that slot in there. If you wanted to just be able to talk. You don't have to, though. I know I'm putting you on the spot.
Cool.
Oh.
Yeah. Guest speaker.
Ugh. Feels weird to be sitting for this. I don't sit at my desk very often.
Oh, really?
Ah.
You wouldn't ruin it.
How could you possibly ruin it? You
How dare
make
you
it.
say that?
You make it what it is.
It's true.
That actually just made me. That actually just made me laugh. Totally brought to mind a line from Friends. I don't know if it sparked yours as well. Abomination. I feel like we should have.
Oh,
A
you
poll.
wouldn't ruin this show. No way.
All right.
We should have a poll about it. We should.
I don't. No, we definitely love having
Royals
Abomination
got a
here.
good idea.
But well, I mean, it's a great idea, except for we already know what's going to happen. Everybody would vote for it, except for Abomination. The bummer, the mod has guidelines in place.
She might vote for it.
No, the mod is putting a kibosh on being able to even put it in on the poll. That's funny. But Abomination, we definitely love having you here, and we'd love having that part. But in terms of a joke, I don't know if you caught that Friends reference. You make this what it is. It's a good quote. I make this game what it is. I was waiting to see if she's not catching it. All right. I'll type it in. It's Monica who says that. Monica says, I make this game what it is, and then Ross responds with this line.
Let's see.
So this is not working. Let's go back here. Player prefabs. I don't want to be on Monica. Monica's awesome. I don't know why you would not want to be Monica. Monica's
She's
awesome.
cool.
You know, you could just say you don't want to, you know, have your voice on stream. You could just straight up say it. It's fine.
Yeah,
We get
that's
it.
totally fine too. No worries, no worries.
Let's see.
Why? Why are you doing this to me? You stupid ass. Sorry. This,
How do you
this is
really
frustrating.
feel, Ludum?
Sometimes 3D modeling can be just such a pain.
Such a royal pain.
Ha!
Nice.
Okay, is that the problem? Probably.
What? What?
I really don't. That could very well be the problem, but I don't
Hmm.
So, do I have anything else in the player script that's key player? Yeah, I've got the Twitch
Such a
player,
lot.
the user.
That's too.
Negative.
That's too
Negative.
okay. That's good.
Why are
So
you
what's
the
everyone
way
doing
you
for the
are?
weekend? What are you guys up to? What's happening?
Oh, you guys are so bad.
Uh,
Nobody was making Luda mad. Blender is making Luda mad, not you guys.
Oh no, yeah, not you guys at all. It's this 3D modeling process that's so frustrating. Not at all, not at all.
I like Phoebe. She's cool. She's super chill and just kind of
Makeup is smeared.
I think that's
Aw.
another excuse
Why
of
are you
why
trying to
she.
make me feel bad?
No, I think that's another excuse as to why she can't get on stream. uh,
As for the weekend, I'm hoping to finish up our demo stuff for Level Up Expo. Finally,
yeah.
I'm hoping. I'm hoping. We ordered our T-shirts finally. We got our business cards ordered. We have our banners printed. So all that's left is the demo, and it's just such a process.
Well, last we heard on the demo,
Such a
you'd gotten it
process.
working with 3 times better performance without sacrificing
Yeah,
graphics. Yeah, that's awesome.
yeah, yeah. It's pretty cool. You know, it's interesting trying to work with like a low-end PC, like cause well, at least for us, like development has been kind of on like mid spec to high spec PCs, so it's kind of hard to really judge like, you know, the quality of what you're working with until you actually try it on like a low grade computer, and then you realize that you just really suck at programming and you have to pretty much redo everything. Um, so that's kind of what I did. Been a process, but very educational. At least now I can say that the next project I do in Unreal Engine I know how to start with optimization in mind instead of going halfway through the project and then realizing that you don't know anything about optimization. So, it's been good. It's been good. How about you guys? What do you guys have planned for the weekend? Anything fun?
Just hanging out with family. That's
Ooh, a
it.
1660.
I'm gonna
Nice.
be
It's fun.
spending Saturday daytime on Pandemonium. I did run into one issue, one that when I fixed one bug that I was having a problem with, I discovered that I thought I solved it, but what I did is I created a different problem, and I honestly have no idea how to solve it. I know exactly what the issue is. I know exactly what my problem is, but I have no idea how I'm gonna fix it. So I've got to get that dealt with so that I can get this uploaded. And then in the evening, we've got a guest on stream,
Nice.
two guests who are going to be joining us to present their game. So hopefully, you guys can all jot that down on your agenda to pop in for a few tomorrow evening. And then Sunday, I'm going to kick back and relax and play some Anno
Nice.
1800. That's been
What
my
time is
game.
that stream tomorrow?
6:30.
6:30.
Yeah.
I should be at my PC at that time. Setting a reminder.
Thank you, Abomination, for posting that.
That 1660 Super is a pretty popular card, though. I think that and the 1080, was it the 1080? I think are the two big like lower end cards these days that are still super sought out for. I think I could be wrong. I was running a 1080 for years in this PC, and surprisingly, it lasted me about 7 years or so. Maybe a little less than that after using Unreal Engine for the entire time. Like, I was expecting it to crap out on me with how hard I was pushing it for years. And then, what's the long time for pushing a card so hard? Getting that lag now. Is it with everything? Like, do you feel like your card is slowly like crapping out, or is it just like the quality of things are just getting so high that the card can't match?
This is gonna be.
Gotta fix your PC. Restarts whenever it feels like. Ugh, that's annoying. I hate it when computers start doing that. Sometimes just a good reformat will help. Sometimes, not all the time. How much RAM are you running these days, if you don't mind me asking? Where are you? There you are. What? 64? there's no reason why you need to increase your RAM any more than that right now. No way. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have more, but why would you need to increase your RAM? Maybe your VRAM for your video card, you know, that kind of RAM, if that's what you're talking about. But 64 is still quite a bit. Or the VRAM. Yeah. So basically, you just need a better video card. It's understandable. Boy. Yep, I need to make that much bigger. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Nice, nice, nice. Nice. Alright, where'd I go?
Oh, nice.
Back here.
It's fun. Yeah, a bunch of my friends want to play.
Oh.
I'm like, okay. About like 6 months.
What in the world just happened? What just happened? Why? Why is the camera on the shield? Okay, here we go. That was weird. Shield obstacle. Okay, so now let's go back to the player. And player. Alright, we're gonna test this new Okay. Testing a new approach if anyone wants to jump on board. Alright, well, Abomination, you want to go ahead and give it another roll? Boom, thank you. Alright, come on. Fingers crossed. Oh, you know what? I don't think it works with the NPC players, which means... Oh, okay. Well, something happened. It crashed the computer, which... Not the computer, it crashed the game, which is actually a good sign, because it means I'm on the right track. We actually triggered code to run. But something... Alright, we got a null reference on... Alright. Scripts player 20. Okay. All right. That's a good start. It's a good start. Good sign. Normally, I hate seeing bugs, but in this case, that is a good sign. Player 20. Transform. Find window. Get component window. Update score points. Alright, so Y. It's because there's no player assigned. Alright, I gotta think of a workaround here. If we're gonna have NPCs. If we're not gonna have NPCs, then all I've gotta do is change so that those don't go. Could just turn off when we start. Twitch manager. Nope. Oh yeah. Chat manager. Start. So let's do a player manager. And we'll do I think we need game manager. We need a let's create an enum. This is going to be game state. And we're going to have I don't know, enrolling, ha ha ha, ba-dum, and play. We'll have enrolling, full, play, and post for now. I don't know. Okay. And when we start the game.
Okay, I'm back. Hi.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. We're gonna set a
Needed a refill.
Of the rum
public.
coke.
Incoming transmission from
Game.
archived
Yes, sir.
footage.
Boom, boom.
It sounds good. I want a rum and coke.
Water, what can you do with water? You need
I
water
haven't had a
for the
rum and
dishes,
coke in-
water for your hair, water for the fishes, and water for the clothes that
Maybe
you
early
wear.
last year.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, it's nice to have one every now and then.
It's been like a year. Thank you for the hydrate there. It's not rum and coke.
Cheers.
Cheers,
Thank you.
cheers.
I'll have to get a drink. I'll be right back.
All right.
Travis should know he needs to come prepared. Come on
Right?
now.
Every week. Oh, I need water. Public game state. So we're going to call this current state. All right. And then we're going to set current state equal to
Try and
enrolling.
whatnot.
Okay, I got one. Cheers.
Cheers.
What are you drinking there, bud? What is that? Cheers.
It's a hard cider.
Nice.
Nice. Which brand of hard cider are you drinking?
Strongbow. Strongbow.
Strongbows are good. I like Strongbow.
I mean, they're a lot better than weak bow.
Nice.
Well said.
Oh man. I think that calls for one of these.
Oh, pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
All these bugs.
Alright. So now we have a game state. We've got it set to enrolling. So now we're going to change player manager. Okay, we're going to say if count is less and say if game manager dot current state equals game state enrolling, and there we go. Okay. Oh, we need game manager dot instance dot current state. There we go. Cool. All right, so now we've made it so that players can't enroll once it's started. They can only join. We'll set up a queue system later so they can basically, if they join after it's started, they'll be in queue for the next game. But at this point, it just won't allow them. And then player. So then what I want to do is when we actually start the game, game manager, do I want to do, let's do player manager. We'll create a new function, public void remove unassigned players. Okay. And we'll do a copy.
I'm gonna have to
Paste.
solidify this, huh?
Each player and all players. If no player is assigned, then player dot game object dot set active false. Okay. So that's the game, or no, that's the player manager. So we're gonna go command. Oh, chat manager. We're gonna create public void start game. And we're gonna
Let's see,
start
so the mesh render.
player
Need a mesh collider, I think.
player manager instance. We're going to remove unassigned players. And then chat manager. Cut. Game manager. Paste. Save. Let's go back to chat manager, and we're gonna go game manager dot instance dot start game. Okay, save.
Of course, there's collision. Ruin everything.
Save that. All right. Let's go back to Unity. Oh, I have that open. Okay. We're gonna give this a test. Let's see. All right. Doing a test run. Enrollment is open. Anybody who wants to can join.
Sure thing. Yes, sir.
So I've added a new element to this where it's actually going to remove the players who are unassigned at the start of the game, and you can no longer join after it starts. So I've added those elements. All right. All right. Abomination, you want to go ahead and give us another start? See if it works. And there we go. Only 4 of us. The other 4 players were removed. Okay. Boom. All right. And we crashed it again. Awesome. All right. Okay. Why did we crash now? Windows script 31. Windows line 31. Okay. Null. Window line 31. Window line 31. Player score display text.
Seems to work
Player
appropriately.
score display. Okay. to our UI manager, canvas, panel 1, nameplate, no, score. Ah. Score. 2. Player. Window. Oh, yeah, that won't work. Okay, I see. Gotcha.
Let's try this. I'm gonna need to scale that.
Free
Crap.
For window.
Actually, go a little bigger. Set that to 0.
Window.
Let's see. Alright, so we're gonna need.
And 8. Okay. Save. Hit play.
All transforms now.
All right. Time for another test run. Oh. All right.
How many is that? 4. I need to write that down. Alright, so 4.
Oh my gosh, we have a working score.
Huzzah! Nice.
Huzzah! Travis is winning. 5 points. Ludum doesn't have any points. He got stuck in the corner. He missed all the shields. Now he's stuck
Points
in
are
the corner.
overrated, anyways. That sounds like me. That sounds like me. I would be chilling in the corner with no points.
I think we definitely need to try this in our bowl environment. Is that in here? Do I need to import it? Is that...
Did you get the latest
I don't know. Let me look.
project?
All right, let me
That's
stop.
that is the incorrect answer, Vale.
That I don't know? Oh, I
The
promise.
correct answer is
That
yes,
is the
I
correct
got
answer.
latest.
No, there's stuff in the incoming. I will update now. I will update. I should probably also post my changes since I have done a lot. So I'll just
Definitely.
put added scoring system and sign up and start. I don't know. Whatever. All right.
I will
those
close
in.
my Unity, and then I will get the latest.
That's all good. Okay, so now if I go back to see, oh wow. Okay.
Is the bowl there? No?
I don't see the bowl though. Changed the shields though. Those are cool. Those are sweet. Is the bowl in the
You don't have a
test?
bowl though?
No, I mean not here. Did you? Is it somewhere else?
Oh, that's why. I have main here because like in my version control, I have a bunch of camera textures from player 1 to player 8. Last week on the push, I didn't add those to the push because I was afraid that that would mess up something that you did. And actually, the scene named main, that's in that list. So I didn't actually check that in. I can check that in really quick so you can have the bowl. Hold on.
What? Okay. What did you
One
change
second.
on
Are
player?
these so according to my Unity version control, it says that I had checked out the materials for the camera, or it's called camera textures for player 1 through 8. For some reason they're checked out, but they're unchanged. So I don't know why that is the way it is. I'm gonna leave those. I'm gonna uncheck those just in case.
Okay. I am gonna
And
step
then
away for a
I'm
moment.
going to push main.
Okay. Oh, all right. You.
All right, I'm gonna push
Okay.
really quick, and then you
Ooh,
get latest.
baby, baby, baby.
Push it. Push it real good.
All right.
Okay,
I'm gonna.
you can pushed. I pushed it. We're
You
good.
did. All right. Okay. I'm gonna grab a bowl of cereal. I think. It's not showing up yet on my end. It's probably
Wait, what
working
kind of
on.
cereal?
I don't know. Maybe some
I have
frost.
conflicts. That's
Maybe
why.
some frosted mini wheats.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
I think I'm gonna get
It's my
frosted.
favorite. Cinnamon Toast
Mine
Crunch.
too.
Frosted shredded wheat. I think that's what I'm.
High five.
Nice. I changed this one. This little transition thing is taking a little bit longer than I expected. Oops.
Hey, great things take time, man. Great things take time.
That's true.
Why are you not letting me resolve this? What?
I so thought that was it.
Oh, that didn't matter because it's falling into 0.
Frosted Flakes and Lucky Charms. Oh.
Yummy.
Last I heard, they changed Lucky Charms. No, wait on.
What are they?
No, I'm thinking of Tricks. Yeah, last I heard, they took Trick cereal, and instead of having the little fruit-shaped things, you know, the fruit ones. No, I think. Wait, no, they're all fruit. Whatever. Right? I don't know. It's been so long since I've had Tricks, but they're no longer shaped like the fruit. They're all just
Oh.
spheres. I think.
What? That's lame. It's no fun.
Right? Like
Yeah.
how dare them? How dare them? They took away the element that made tricks tricks. Where's the individuality at that point?
Frosted Flakes and
Like,
Lucky
why don't you just add
Charms.
flavoring, like 5 flavors to Kix? You know, it's just like it's the same idea.
Yeah, yeah.
Frosted
Like, really,
Flakes and Lucky
is individualism
Charms.
dead at this point? So sad.
those
I'm
two are
passionate about
like
cereal, so I apologize.
those two were like my favorite cereals, Frosted Flakes and Lucky Charms growing up, but I just stay away from all those like not good for you cereals anymore. This is as bad as I get right here is
Too much
Frosted Mini
sugar.
shredded wheat.
Yeah.
This is as bad as I get these days. I eat a lot of granola, grape nuts. Ah.
I mean, the healthier cereals still taste pretty good too. You know, you know. But it's not a bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Okay, so Vale in Maine, we have conflict here. So before I decide on what I'm doing here, what did you adjust in Maine? Because I'd rather lose the bowl than lose whatever you're working on. 'Cause, you know.
Um, I I changed scripts, which I doubt you would have touched. Um, I think the only thing I had to assign some I had to assign some items to the scripts from the scene. But
But does that involve Maine, like the level itself?
I mean, technically, because the scripts are on the objects that are in the main scene. Um, but I mean, I didn't, you know, I don't know how that shows up in the version control.
I wouldn't chance it. I wouldn't chance it because it just says that there's conflict with the level itself, and I'm not gonna chance that. So I'm going to merge keeping the incoming changes, which are your changes, just to be safe. So we're not gonna have the bowl, which it's not that hard to throw the bowl in there.
Well, I didn't delete the bowl because I didn't have it, so it shouldn't remove it from yours.
Wait, what? Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna put the bowl back in there then, because I updated it with your changes. So I'm throwing the bowl in. Let me add a mesh collider. Make sure that actually works. And then I will push it again so you have the bowl. Right?
Ooh, baby, baby. Baby, baby. Push it. Push it real good.
So technically, since I got the latest build, the point system should work on my end, right?
That's correct.
And it does work. Fantastic. It does work. Cool. And now there's a bowl.
I mean, it's super, super bare bones basic
Yeah.
right now, but yes, it should be functional. So cool.
Alright, so now... Really? Oh. Whatever. Okay. Wait. Why? Why and why? Okay. I pushed again. There. Wait. Wait. I swear, sometimes version control is so weird.
I mean, I love it for us being able to transfer stuff over, and I love it for like saving backups and stuff. But as far as conflict resolution, it's just so confusing to me. But I don't think that's an issue with Unity version control. I think it's just an issue with the whole concept altogether
Yeah,
of basically
absolutely.
working on the same thing, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. When I was at Petroglyph, because we used Perforce there as well, and like there were like the idea is like you have a team of like X amount of people, and you're all working on the same project, and like you're all working on separate elements, and like the moment whenever you see a conflict is the scariest thing possible, because it's like you might be working in a level and then all of a sudden like you see a conflict with like an animator on the other side of the building, and you're like, who's going to lose their work for the day? And it was terrifying, because it's like, rather I'm going to lose all my work and take their changes, or vice versa, right? And it's like, neither of us had communicated it throughout the day. Neither of us knew that we were working on this level or whatever it was, you know. Just like you
I'm
have to walk
sure.
over there and be like,
Yeah.
so guess what? Uh, that kind of
Yeah.
thing.
I'm sure
Unfortunately, I was just
90%.
mainly QA and visual effects,
Uh
so
huh.
I'd be like, I'll just work on it tomorrow. So
I feel like 90% of it is probably just getting better familiar with the tool, like better understanding conflict resolution, understanding how the version control works, what the warnings give you, what your options are, understanding what changes were made. Like, I feel like kind of just really understanding what's happening behind the whole thing is a big part of it. I think that if we understood it to its fullest, the quote unquote loss would be minimal, if any.
yeah.
Because a lot of
Like, I think
times,
right now, like, the problem that you and I are having is that, like, we're kind of working in the same level, right? Like, because usually, like, someone would be working on something that is related to an object within the level, and the changes in that object are the things that they would save, and that would be the change on their end. And then the other person would be working on the other part of it that the other person's not working on. So you'd still have two separate files that wouldn't be conflicting with each other. But I think
yeah,
because you're adjusting code within the level, I think, and I am adjusting geometry in the level, we
yeah.
have two conflicting elements that are kind of coexisting.
I think I think the two keys are number one, as long as we communicate with each other on what we're working on, and number two, save and push often. I think we'll be okay. I think it's when
Hmm.
we work a long time and change a whole bunch of stuff around and we're not talking about it or pushing, and then we go to do a push and a lot has changed, then we're sort of like, uh-oh, what's going to happen? you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We don't want anyone to lose weeks of work, that kind of thing. So the
So,
communication is definitely a big factor.
yeah, and I think if we start getting in the habit of like pushing every time we make saves, it might help.
If you want to make that like the rule, like every time you save, push, We just got to remember to also get latest or like update our project like at the end of each session. That way we're
Yeah.
both on the same uh, build, if you will.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Cool. Maz just popped in. Hey, for merging code, I've always loved WinMerge, which can be integrated into most source control solutions. My last big projects used Subversion for source control, and WinMerge was called within it. Gotcha. Have you worked with Unity version control, Maz? Because I know you can pop up a real detailed view. I've seen. I don't know if you've popped that open, Ludum. There is a screen that it opens up that gives you a real detailed breakdown and like shows you like 3 different versions, sort of the source version, the what are they called? You know, your version, my version, and a combined.
Is it the branch explorer?
And it's not just, no, it's not branching. It's like when it's only available, I think, when there's conflicts. But when there's a conflict, I was able, you could pop up this other window and it lists like huge lists of like it was overwhelming to me, which is why I say it's just a matter of, I think, becoming more familiar with it, because I think the tool is there. I think the tool is there to really get details on what the issues are. I just don't know how to make the best use of it.
For sure. We'll get there. We'll get
So,
there.
are you able to see my screen?
Unity version control is new to me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what the bowl is supposed to look like?
Delete that brick. No, delete that brick, like, cause you have the bowl and then you have the brick floor right above it. If you just select that brick floor, just delete it.
That's the whole
Yeah, that
ramp
one,
and
and then
stuff, though.
the ones on the sides too.
You don't need this
Yeah, delete
ramp?
it. It's fine. No, that's not part of the ramp. It's like a flat square piece that sits under that ramp.
Oh, I
So just
see.
go ahead and delete that.
Okay, why
Yeah, and
isn't
then
it
the 2 to the
showing
side
up
of
in
it
the...
as well.
Why isn't it showing up in the hierarchy? Oh, that's the bowl. Okay, there. Where is this? Ramp 2. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Just
then what
delete that,
else?
and then the 2 to the side of it.
Oh, gotcha.
Like the other ones that were on the side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one, and then the other one.
Okay. What about this piece in here? Yeah, we need that.
There you go.
Are
So I moved that upwards. That way it's not clipping into the bowl.
And then what about these 3 spinny things? I thought we had one in the center.
We did, but I think the master build, as Maz is calling it, didn't have the updated version where there was one in the center. So what I did is I deleted 2 of those and I just moved one of them to the center of the bowl, and then
I mean,
that was it.
do you have that on yours right now?
Well, right now I have the 3 because I got the
Oh.
latest build.
Oh.
So if you want me to do all that really quick,
Okay.
I'll do that, and then I'll push. That way you have the latest version. That way you don't have to worry about any of that.
Okay. Cool. All right.
Is there a refresh here? Because for some reason the main level isn't something that's being something to check in now. Why? Oh, yes it is.
Did you make any changes?
I did, but it didn't update the list. Okay, go ahead and get latest. Go ahead. I pushed it real good.
Incoming transmission from archived footage.
Ooh, baby, baby. Baby, baby. Push it. Push it real good.
What did you send actually?
An updated version of the main level.
But I mean, what changed? Because I don't see any changes
did you
on
get
the ramp and all that. You've got the old version.
If you look on my screen, I don't have I don't have the 3 spinning things, and then I moved the ramp up so it's not sitting in the bowl.
But none of that came through.
Oh, you can't see. Oh, hold on.
Why didn't that come through?
No?
No. Did you check in everything?
Do you have any I checked in the level, which is the only thing that really changed. And that you don't have any incoming changes right now?
No.
Interesting. Why not? Why don't you have any incoming changes? I pushed it.
Well, I don't know how to answer that question.
I played the video.
Right when you did that, I got a change and I imported it. And it updated my scene, but there's nothing changed with that. Like, it changed something else. Which is weird. I don't understand.
What would... That is weird.
So like when you go to
changes,
Unity and are you looking at pending changes? Can you click that all? Or you don't want to do that? You're afraid to.
Well, I don't want to adjust the camera textures of the players or anything.
Yeah.
But like main isn't one because I had pushed it already and I haven't adjusted anything yet. Here, let me readjust it a little more then. Let's try this.
Okay. I don't know.
Let's try this. Okay. So now main is selected. I'm gonna call it test build push. Okay. So I have main selected as the only thing I'm pushing. I'm gonna check it in. Okay, check-in successfully completed. Okay, so now if you go to incoming changes.
I mean.
Okay.
Alright, I said it's updated, but the only thing it was pushing was the scene. It didn't push anything within the scene.
Okay, so I noticed that your bowl did get bigger, which is the adjustment I had made.
Okay.
However, the other pieces, like the ramp, the shields aren't there. I only have one rotating piece in the middle. That's interesting.
Very.
I wonder why those aren't being affected with the push.
I don't.
Oh. Maybe this is why.
LMNOPQ.
Hold on, I'm gonna try.
Okay.
QRXYT. I don't know my alphabet. Okay, go ahead. Like that. Okay, so go ahead and get the latest again.
That definitely changed it.
There we go.
Now, do you want the bowl that big?
So here. Well, doesn't necessarily. It wasn't before, but I just made that adjustment just for testing purposes between us right now. So here's the thing that's going on. So because we have 2 levels in this, we have main and test level 1. So the adjustments like the ramp and then the spinning things, that was technically on test level 1, which I was not checking in. I was only checking in main. So I checked in test level 1, and that is why. So we have different assets within 2 separate levels,
That's
which
okay.
is good to
I'm
know because now we should
yeah.
probably
Maybe what I
condense
should
them.
work on is start and clean this up. But I don't want to mess up what you're working on either. But yeah.
Well, okay, so I like my biggest concern is like your code and all of the camera stuff and all of your functionality
Mm-hmm.
is not affected
Okay.
because it's like the level itself is kind of a concept right now.
Yeah.
Since I've been testing with the friction and just kind of the design and pacing,
Mm-hmm.
all of that I could rebuild really quickly because one, it doesn't even look that good right now. So like your code is the main important part right now. Not to say what I'm doing is not important, but your stuff is the more important stuff because my stuff is just I can just go and rebuild it really quickly. Um, so
But there's no reason we
if
need
you
to
want to go
lose
and
any of
clean it
it.
up, right, right. No, I'm not saying we do, but if you have to go, if you're gonna go and clean it up, I would suggest not worrying about any of the geometry or anything of that sort. And then you can get it as clean as you want, and then whenever we get back to it, I'll go and rebuild whatever I need to. Sound good?
Yeah. Would it bother you if I organized the geometry?
No, 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 not at
Okay.
all.
Okay.
Not at all.
All right.
You know.
Okay.
No, honestly, I appreciate if you go and do that kind of thing. As you
Okay.
see, I'm not the cleanest person when I'm concepting.
I got that.
When I'm concepting, I just throw stuff out in the world, and I'm just like, I'm worried about other things aside from the organization aspect, which isn't good on my part. But um, no, by all
Um,
means,
yeah,
organize
this.
it to your heart's content, please.
Okay, this doesn't work at all. I should have. Let's see. I'm not sure how to get this bowl right. I gotta be honest. I think I may have screwed it up real bad. I don't know what I did. I was trying to get it fixed. Let me just undo it. Edit, undo, edit, undo, edit, undo, edit, undo. Okay. I'll just leave it like it is for now.
Which the
All right.
bowl's right now an issue because there's no way for the balls to get out of the bowl, like once the
Weren't
goal is fixed.
okay.
Which I think
Weren't we?
Attack
We're building it.
was working
Right.
on
We're
that one.
building a different bowl with a ramp, right? Out an exit ramp
Right.
that opens. Okay.
Yeah. Technically, it should open once a goal is met. Right.
Yeah. Right. Once
So.
we beat down the door or whatever it is. Okay. Got it. Okay. Cool.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Let's hit play. I'm going to do another test run if anybody wants to jump in
Sure.
or join.
Certainly.
Boom, boom, boom. Going once, going twice. Abomination, you want to give us a go? Thank you. All right, we got 3 of us. here we go. Trying this out in this new environment. So we get the 3 of us rolling along. Oh, we crashed it again. What happened? Unassigned reference. I wonder if something happened with all that pushing back and forth. Variable my animation controller of script trigger test has not been assigned. Script trigger test. Okay, that must be something Ludum's working on. Crap. Crap.
Blaming Ludum.
Okay. Alright. Well, I'm gonna start organizing.
I partially heard something about a bug with something. What?
Yeah, so I tried to do a test run on this and it crashed. I got an error on a script called script trigger test. And so I'm guessing that's something you're doing. Because I don't have a script
And then I
called
was like,
script
always
trigger
blaming
test.
Ludum.
Well, that's not one of my scripts.
Aw,
so-
I appreciate that, Jeff. Thank you.
Now I'm like Bell's always blaming Ludum.
What? Well,
Not my script.
Hey, you know what?
Must be Ludum's.
And I don't blame him.
Just kidding.
Hey, that's fair. You know, there's only one other person here that'd be writing scripts here, so can't blame him. So, which script was that? I'm sorry.
script trigger test. It says it's in imports ball test script trigger test. I don't know.
What did I apply that to? Hold on, let me look. Oh, wall goes up. I'd say just delete it.
Okay, imports.
Oh, you know, you know what the thing is.
What's
So
the thing?
what happened is what I'm thinking is happening is once the balls cross where the shields are sitting, there was a trigger there that after like 5 seconds, after the first ball would hit it, it'd wait 5 seconds and then the wall would go up. But I deleted that wall, so that trigger might be missing a reference to that wall, perhaps. So you could probably just get rid of that trigger because that wall is no longer there.
So get rid of the script?
Script.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Imports.
Which I don't even see the trigger there anymore either.
Test.
So.
Script trigger. Delete. Okay.
Which I think that is actually on the wall as well. No. No. No, I don't think so. Oh, try it now.
Try what? Oh, playing it? Sure.
Yeah, try playing it and see if that happens again. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually kind of fun working with another programmer because it's gonna just help me kind of understand working with another person, because the only like at-home experience I have is working with me as an artist and a programmer, and with Attack, who is just an artist. So good experience.
Go ahead and join anybody
Sorry
who
if I
wants
make
to.
your life a little more hellish. But...
It's all good. You do not make my life hellish. You might be
Okay,
you might be
you can be honest here.
you might be exploding my OCD brain a little bit at times during this project, but that's okay. We'll work through it.
I am. If there's anything I know about myself, I am not OCD friendly. I am not OCD friendly at all.
All right. Ludum, go ahead and type in RR start. Fire us up. All right. There we go.
Abomination
Down.
understands, so I appreciate that. We're on the same team.
Boom.
Let's see.
All right. We didn't get the air this time. We're dropped down into the center, kicking around. All right. So the shields are. We wanted to line the wall down here of the bowl with the shields, right? Wasn't that the?
Yeah, that
Well,
was
I
the
love
original
the
idea.
I love the floating trees.
Right? Like they're great. They're just floating.
That's awesome. Okay, but our scoring is working.
To be fair, there was geometry.
I don't love the display, but we're gonna change the material on this because we don't have a material on this. It's not like we're gonna be dealing with a whole lot of plain white materials, but I probably need to
Oh,
have
for the bowl, we actually do have a material for that.
Yeah, I figure I might though need to create some sort of a backing for the score, so that it's a little more legible. I mean, I'm not anticipating us being on this white surface, but even still. The other question is, I think we should keep it 3 digits. I should probably change the formatting because I notice it goes from 000 to just 1 or 2. I should change the formatting so it's like 002, 003, so on and so forth. Would you agree? Consistency.
Well, instead of it getting 1 point, what if it? Well, I mean, because like as a player, psychologically, I feel like if you're getting hundreds of points at a
Well,
time,
I
it's
feel
like
yeah.
a greater number. So it's like,
I'm not worried
so
about.
instead of just 1 point, what if you turn it to 100?
Well, I'm not worried about assigning point values yet because I think we need to get some stuff in here and make sure that the game is designed to balance the point awards. We don't want to just arbitrarily give out whatever number. And one, I agree with you.
Right.
We might want to have it a higher number or whatever, but I think as we lay out the course, we want to scale everything so that okay, this type of thing gives you 10 points. This type of thing gives you 100 points. Being first gives you, whatever. Like there needs to be a good scale and balance to the point rewards. But I don't think it makes sense to worry about what those points are until we have a better sense of the range of things that are going to be giving points. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah, of course.
Like, I mean,
agree 100%.
I can tack it up there at 100 for right now for testing purposes if you want. That's fine. I mean, I don't, it right now, whether it's 1 or 100, it's just a number to show that the system's working. That's really all it's there for at the moment.
Right.
And then we need to go through and assign the the correct values to everything once we kind of can figure out a good balance, because you don't want to get 100 points every time your ball happens to randomly hit a shield and then you get 100 points because you're the first one to beat the section. We got to balance it all out and make it scalable. So okay, Travis, sorry I don't have your buttons yet.
No worries. Yeah, I'm trying to listen to something specific and I just can't hear it.
No problem.
So
No
I'll
problem.
be right back.
We'll wave at you insanely if we need you,
Okay. I'll
It's
I'll
understandable.
check back
Well,
in a
okay,
few
but like,
minutes.
what if? Oh,
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
what if like 100? What if like 100 points was like the base amount, right? So instead of 1 point or 10 points, 100 is like a base amount. So it's like the most simplistic point element is 100. So that way it adds more of that. Like I'm like by the end of a level, you have 120,000 points.
For
Visually that's a little more appealing as a player than having 12,000 points,
I
right?
get that. That makes sense to me. My concern as in designing this UI is the real estate involved. Um, you
Okay.
know, if we were going to do that, we may want to change the display to say something like 1.2K instead of 4 digits. You know what I mean? I don't know if that really
I get what
helps
you're
us.
saying.
I don't know if that really helps us a ton because 1.2K is not really saving us that much room from 1200. I'm just worried about having, like,
Yeah. Plus, it's not visually appealing.
you're always going to have double zeros at the end of every score, so it just feels sort of like wasted space to me. But I hear your point. I mean, it's valid. You want it to feel like you're getting, nice rewards, but to me, it's all about balance. I don't think it matters whether you give 1 point or a million points. It's just the key is you have to earn more points for things that are more rewarding. You know, as long as you have that
Of
scale
course.
present,
Yeah.
yeah, you know. But
Right. But I kind of feel like it's like playing pinball, right? Like
mm-hmm,
imagine playing pinball and you are only awarded like 1 point at a time for certain things, or like 10 points for like a hard thing, and then
mm-hmm,
you finish your pinball round with you know like 2,000 points. Like that's a little less visually rewarding than if everything was say 1,000 points each as a base, and then all of a sudden you end your run with 500,000 points.
right,
Like
sure,
it just, I think visually it's you're just like you're applying more of like a psychological element of a reward visually. So like what if for like the UI where the player's name is, what if you
mm-hmm,
took that banner and run it across the entire bottom and push
right,
the name to the far left,
yep,
and then that would leave more space for a higher number. That way we still have the sweet gold banner with the name, and then that would
yeah.
allow more room for a bigger number to be displayed.
Yeah, that's feasible. You're still going to have double zeros at the end of every number all the time.
That's okay. But
it,
no, but
I,
that's the fun part about it.
I
Like
think,
that's the fun part of having a high score, right?
I guess. To me, it just seems. I don't know. I hear you. I hear you. I
I
don't
mean,
totally.
you can't deny that having a score of 500,000 does not look better than 5,000.
Well, I can deny that because to me, like when I play games,
What?
yeah,
Really?
when I play games, if I play a game that is just awarding like, oh, you get $1,000. Well, what does that mean? If everything is scaled appropriately, it's the same as if you got 1 versus 10 as if you get 1,000 or 10,000. It's just easier to keep track of and count when it's ones instead of tens or 10,000s. Um, so I see it both ways. I really do. I think
It's fair.
this would
Yeah,
be
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
I I think this would be a great thing to throw out to the viewers, get feedback on, maybe even put a poll up on, you know? Because I agree with you. I think awarding higher scores can feel more rewarding. But if it's just higher for the sake of being higher and we're displaying all of it, I think it could be slightly overwhelming at the same time. I don't know. Maz says pinball in the 70s, I'm assuming, used to have a lot of 10-point things to knock down and 100-point hard things to hit. By the end of the 80s, pinball machines had added lots of zeros to everything. Yeah, yeah.
Right. Like think of like an Atari Asteroids high score, right? The high score was like maybe 200,000 for like
Mm-hmm.
a pretty high score in Asteroids, you know. Like it's a visual reward to have a bigger number, you know. And to say it out loud, like it's a rewarding element.
It is to some people, let's put it that way. To me, somebody who's math based, math minded, a bigger number is more meaningless to me. It just feels like fluff.
But you have to think like a player, not a mathematician.
But when
Fluff is fun.
when
That's
I
what games
play
are. It's
games,
fun.
I am a mathematician and I approach it very mathematically. Like
Right,
genuine.
but we're not making a game for you though. We're making a game for players
I'm a
who are not always
player.
mathematicians.
I
That's something to
agree.
think
I'm
about.
saying there are different types of players. And so some
There
people
are. There really are.
some people are going to be 100% aligned with what you're saying. Some people are going to be like, what the crap? I don't want 10 points. I want 10 million points. Come on. And other people are going to be like, why am I getting 10
Right.
million for hitting that thing? Like, that's, like there's going to be both sides. So I don't know. Maybe
Right. Of course.
we may have to.
We gotta find the right middle point.
Right. Agreed. Agreed.
You know, I guess like something to think about is like at the end of a level, what would be a good amount of points, not only just visually appealing, but also rewarding as a player. Like if you're hitting things throughout the playthrough of a level, and you're seeing things go up by 1,000, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, is that more appealing than something hitting 100, 200, 300, 600, 500, or 10, 30, 40, 50? Which one is more appealing as the players are going through? Because I think what the most, in my opinion, the most important element is the gameplay from start to finish. So as they're going through and the players are watching their points rise, which gets their heart racing more? A
Yep.
lower number, a medium number, or a higher number? I think that's something that we need to kind of consider.
Sure. I think to me, it's all the same. But what's key is we're going to have to reward high, we're going to have higher rewards for bigger accomplishments. So for things like being the first one to complete an arena, for getting in good hits on the
Right.
boss, for, things like that, you're going to want to have high rewards. And if everything is high, it might feel, it just has to be scaled appropriate is all. That's all.
Of course. No, absolutely. You know,
Yeah.
I think it's just kind of relative to what the base scoring element is.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the base fundamental of what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, I think Royal has an interesting idea. He said, what if instead of points you have to fill a meter to unlock the boss battle? I kind of like that. We might be able to do that in addition to or something, maybe like group points or something. I don't know, but we do want a scoring element so that we can have like a leaderboard system, so that you can accumulate points race after race, and we can have like averages and pros, like be able to have rankings and leaderboard stats for players over time. I think would be cool. So therefore, and see, that's where it starts to get crazy. If like Maz is like 100,000 should be reachable. I feel like if we're giving away 100,000 points per race and we're doing 20 races a day or more, and people are playing day after day after day, then our scores on our leaderboard are going to be billions. People are going to have billions of points, and it's just going to kind of
That's
become, it's going to become obnoxious and obtrusive, I think. But I don't know.
Yeah, but as a player, you'd be like, dude, I have 500 million points in this game. That is an amazing feat to be able to say out loud. Like when
Not
you
if you
look at it
get,
on a leaderboard, you're like,
not if
I
you
have
get,
500 billion, I have 500 million points.
not if that only takes you a week to get. Then it's meaningless.
Okay, so then okay, but I mean like the bigger the number, the bigger the bragging rights, right?
No,
I don't know. I think it's a psychological element with numbers. Like
I
players
do
like
too.
high scores. Like that is a fundamental element of where our industry comes from. It's the high score, and I don't know. Like I don't know. I kind of agree with Maz that 100,000 should be like a good reference as to what a number would be at the end of a level. Just thinking about it. And as for Royal Pain, the thing about having, in my opinion, if you had a system where it tracks like a bar to reach the boss, if you were to have that element, the problem is that this game is
Physics.
random. The players don't have
Oh,
control. So
yeah.
yeah, the physics based. So if the players had to sit and wait for a bar to fill in order to get to a boss, the timing could be really short depending on their luck of the roll, if you will, or it could be take forever. So it's like it can get kind of boring if they're not hitting the right thing, to get to the boss.
Yeah. So,
Mm, good idea
uh,
though.
oh, there was a poll? I didn't know there was a poll. Did somebody announce there was a poll? Oh, she did. A poll is
Oh,
up.
I didn't
I
know
don't know
either.
how to word it. I didn't even know. Dang, I missed that.
Oh,
uh,
but what if, like,
yeah.
instead of having the players fill a bar, we could kind of reverse it where there was a timed bar in a certain area. So it's like when they get an area, there's a timer, and the players have to rack as many points as they can in that area until the timer runs out, and then they're forced to move on to the boss. Something of that sort could work.
Yeah. Yeah. I think when it comes to the points, I think everything you're saying is valid. And I think that if we get caught up on worrying about assigning a point value right now, when all we have is a shield that you might or might not hit randomly,
Yeah,
and we don't have anything else figured out for points, I think it's sort of a moot point. I think it's good. It's a good
for sure.
conversation. I think it's a good conversation to have, and I think your points are completely valid. But I think it just makes sense to start worrying about the actual scoring once we have more elements in place.
Agreed,
Okay.
100%.
All right.
It's a good conversation and something to think about
Right.
for sure.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. I just think
Very valid.
I'm going to throw this out there as a last thought. Okay? Cuz I know everybody, a lot of folks say higher numbers are more exciting. But here's the thing. Higher numbers are only more exciting to me if you've earned them. Like if I just get thrown a bunch of points and I didn't really earn them, then to me points in general become meaningless. That's a feeling that I have when I play games. Like if I have to work and it's like, oh, I got a point here and I got a point here and I got a point there, and then all of a sudden I got 1,000, that 1,000 points feels great. But if I'm getting thousands of points all over the place, left and right, and then I get 50,000, the 50,000 doesn't really mean much to me because I'm getting thousands all the time. I don't know. That's just my perspective.
Which is fair. That's fair. But question on that though. A
Yeah.
question on that is the relative the relative amount of points that you're putting in this situation is like 1 point, right? So if you were to get 1,000 points for doing the basic thing, and then you were awarded 100,000 points for doing something hard, doesn't that kind of be the same thing? If you were, instead of getting 1 point and being awarded 1,000 points for doing something hard, and you were at 1,000 points for doing something basic and 100,000 for doing something hard, doesn't that kind of be the same thing? No? Is it just the number value that varies?
Uh, it would be. I think you're off a digit there, aren't you? Did I? Let me see. Now it's
Well,
getting
I
late.
mean, just well, if it was 1 point, if it was 1 point to one
To
point for something
1,000,
basic and a
which
thousand
means
for
if you
something
gave
hard,
1,000,
so 1,000
it would
would be
actually be
10,000.
1,000,000 points.
Be 10,000.
10. Yeah,
What?
10,000. 10,000. Yeah. Sorry.
10,000?
10,000. No. It'd be a
Okay.
million, right? Wait, 1,000.
No.
Yes, it'd be a million. And that's what I'm saying. A million is too many to give away for a single thing.
Well, no. Well, but as developers, we get to pick. We're not obviously not going to give them 1,000,000 points if 1,000 is the base number, obviously. But like,
But that would
if
be
you
the,
get one
yeah.
point for doing something basic and 1,000 points, right?
That,
Like, and
that
1,000 points for doing something hard. So if you were to do if a base point was 1,000, and say you got 50,000, no, that's still too much. Maybe 12 or 15,000 for doing something hard. Right? Like, is that kind of like the same idea though?
your scale is reducing, and that's the problem. Is that, like, if you go from giving $1,000 as a base point to 15,000 for something difficult, then that means if they hit 15 super easy bumpers, they get the same thing as a huge reward. To me, that's not an appropriate scale. And I'm not saying we need to do one
But
point.
but it's 15,000 points with in one go. It's not hitting 15 things. It's 15. It's taking 15, hitting 15 things and putting it into one hit. Like, that's difference in gameplay, right?
I I mean, I hear you. I'm just saying from a game strategist and game designer, I personally feel that you need a much larger difference between big rewards and small rewards than 15 times. If your base and your big reward is 15 times, I don't think that's a big enough scale. Like, for example, if
Well, I mean, it depends on what's giving the reward. I mean, that's the other element that we're not talking about is what's giving the reward. I'm just saying as a base general higher point element, like fight, like defeating a boss or a last hit on a boss might give 50 times more or 100 times more. It
okay,
kind of
yeah,
depends on the element that the gameplay is
yeah,
is what it is.
yeah,
But like, you know, that's that gameplay element that's not involved here.
yeah, no, I agree. All good. Yep. I think it all just has to scale. And I think once we have more pieces in place that reward, we can see, maybe we start with 10 points as like the absolute minimum. So like 10 points is something that just happens a bunch, that you're not even, there's no, it's just this random constant. You're accumulating 10 for hitting that, 10 for hitting that, 10 for hitting that. And then for things that are a little bit more rare and that don't happen as often, maybe now you're looking at somewhere in the range of 100. And for the things that are a little more
Okay.
significant, like
Yeah.
boss hits, or I don't know, something bigger, than maybe you're looking at a few hundred or even 1,000. I don't know. We can scale
I
it
think
all
that's a
out
good
once
place
we
to
have
start.
it. But yeah,
No, I think that would be a good place to start, actually. Yeah, something like that.
we can.
Yeah.
we. I, We certainly don't want our starting points to be like our big our big feud.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's design. Like we're just talking potential
Right.
design
Right.
here, and it's not bad to talk about.
No.
Yeah.
No, I mean
I feel
yeah.
like 10 points a hit or a basic hit's a good place to start.
Yeah. Well, what I like about starting at 10 and not at 1 is that if later on we decide there needs to be something lower points or that we need to reduce points, it gives us room to do that. We want to I think it's a good idea to have a starting point that allows us the flexibility to decrease points if like we feel like, oh, this is giving too many points, so we need to cut back, then we have room to do that if we don't start at the bottom, at 1. So I definitely
Right, no,
will
for sure.
agree
Yeah,
with
no,
that.
no,
Yeah,
agreed.
I'll definitely agree with that. I only put 1 in this script to test the logic. I was not,
Right, yeah,
but
right, right.
I'm just gonna here.
It brought up a good conversation, though.
Yeah, yeah. All right, here we're gonna do something just for temporary testing purposes. Here's our script. We're gonna. Oh no, we want to go to our prefabs. We're gonna go to our obstacle prefab, and we're gonna go to our shield obstacle. All right. All right, you get 1,000 points
The
now.
abomination. All right. Okay.
It's not gonna stay, man. But I
1,000
don't.
points.
I don't mind. Hey,
Hey,
it's
no,
the,
I'm just interested in seeing it. That's it.
it's the only thing you're gonna get points for in the game right now, so it doesn't matter what it is. We could be 1,000, 1,000,000, whatever.
Wait, well, you need to apply more shields around the circle, though. We need to watch the
Yeah.
points rack up
See,
because
well,
there's only one thing that gives points.
right, and that's the other thing that I think we want to do is, didn't we talk about having, like, for example, if the shield, we're gonna have different shield colors, and if you hit the one that matches your ball color, you actually get higher points, right? Higher
Right?
points, or
Yeah.
you get some sort of, I don't know, something, you know. So I think it'd be cool to do
Maybe
that
like 2
too,
times
or 5
instead of 10 points,
times,
you get 20.
50.
Though
I
it
don't
depends
know.
on how often that color shows up. Because we have 8 players,
Well, I
so if
assumed.
there's 8 players and there's
I think
16 shields, they have a 50. What?
I think.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's 9 shields, right? 9 different balls and 9 different shields, or 10. Is it 9 or 10? So basically, you have like a 10% chance, 10 to 11% chance of hitting your shield. So 5 times is nothing.
Incoming transmission from archived footage.
The line must be drawn here.
Thank you, Maz. That's a good one.
Yeah. Thank you, Maz. Yeah. Thank you, Maz. Yeah.
What a great clip. That's hilarious.
Perfect timing.
Right?
What the heck?
Attack the Dawn is going to come back, and she's going to be like, so what did you guys get done? Well, we talked about points. Oh, okay, great. What did you decide? Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing. That's gonna be great.
We should just do the points based on odd numbers.
No, each shield would have the
Wait,
same...
hold on. Wait, Travis.
What? What did he say?
What do you say about this? I want to hear your opinion about this. Me and Vale have been going back and forth. You're part
Travis
of
is
this
on his
team
second
too,
album
and you're
now.
just sitting here.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, we got to get your opinion on this too.
Points. I think I like low numbers. And then maybe when you level up, things can increase. You know, like when you get further into the game, maybe the points become like in hundreds or something. But
Yeah, you just have to be careful never to make
Okay.
the early points
I don't
meaningless.
know.
You know, like, but
That's
again,
true, too.
let's get more stuff into the game, and then it'll start shaping up better.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll get a
Right?
better idea later on.
Yeah. But to answer your question, Abomination, no, each shield would not have a different probability of being hit, but there's only one shield out of the whole set that will match your player ball color. So you have a lower chance of hitting the one that would give you some kind of a bonus, whether it's higher points or some other bonus or both, you know. The points are meaningless in a game of chance where you don't control it. Well, the pinball type stuff, yes.
I would agree to that. So.
Yes. But that's why we need to also have some
Mhm,
strategic
yeah.
choices implemented. Like we talked about, which we still need to create, Ludum. We talked about creating that entry room, that first room where you would kind of get to collect collect abilities. Remember, we were going to do that entry room where you
Oh,
kind of
right, yeah.
do your ability collecting.
Right.
And I came up with, I can't remember if I shared this with you guys or not. Oh man, I actually came up with what I think is a pretty cool idea, and I don't know if I've even brought it up. That adds a tiny bit of choice and strategy to it. Granted, on a oh, excuse me, sorry, on a low scale,
Bless you.
but I think it would give you a cool opportunity for engagement, involvement, choice, decision making to impact the outcome of your game. And that is that you have, so you know how in Mario Kart, you have your row of abilities. They're kind of lined up in sort of like a gate fashion or like a ribbon, like they're lined up like 4 different ones. And as you go through, the first one to hit each point gets that ability. The little question mark cubes or whatever in Mario Kart. You know what I'm talking about? So like a lot of times they'll have them kind of in a row across the track, and you go through, and the first person to hit each one would collect that attribute, whether it's the shells or the invincibility or what have you. And since you can't control movement and align yourself on the track to hit a certain target, my thought was that you have a singular point on the track where you can collect an attribute. But there's like 4 different ones, and the first person to each of those 4 will get it, but you have to pre-select which of the 4 you're going after. So for example, you might have 4 different abilities that are presented, and everybody would then put in the chat, okay, I'm going after number 1, I'm going after number 2, I'm going after number 3, you know, whatever. And the first person out of all the people who said number 1 to get to number 1 would get it. And the first person to number 2 that said number 2 would get that, and so forth. And so there's an element of choice in what you're going after. And so, you know, you might be trying to pick something that you think might be less sought after by other players. I don't know, sort of a concept that I had. I don't know if I'm explaining it very well or not, but I think it could be pretty cool. I think I did also mention to you guys the idea of having you could have like 2 abilities, or you could have like 1 movement ability and 1 point ability, and 1 power ability. And if you collect an ability that you already have, then you have to decide, do you want to pick up the new one and drop the one that you have? Or do you want to let the one go that you have the opportunity to get? That would be something that you could do that wouldn't require timing. It would allow players to kind of pick and choose and make choices as the game progresses without having to worry about, oh, I've got to hit it at this moment and I've got to, that kind of thing. Nice little strategic choice.
What are some base ability ideas you thinking of or have in mind?
So, like for point abilities, I'm thinking you could have things like, anytime you come across this type of obstacle, you get double points. You could have, oh gosh, I don't know. I'm sure we could brainstorm and come up with several, but like that's an example. You could have for like movement ones. You could have things where okay, you you move X amount faster. I don't know, like we can actually add a force onto the object, or you, um, I think I've got some notes and a couple ideas written down. Let me see if I can find it. Bum, 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 bum.
I'm listening. I'll be right back.
Yeah. All right, I wrote out everything I just explained, but I didn't write out any examples. Darn it. Or if I did, I don't know what I did with that sheet. All right, let's see. Let's go into this. My prefabs. Here we go. Scene. Plate. Yeah. Yeah, we've got cameras attached to all the balls. We've done several test runs and stuff. Just still got a few ironing out to do there, but yeah, we can do a run real quick if you want to see. It's kind of hard to see though because it's only up on my corner of the screen. I suppose I could switch it to full screen if I wanted to for a moment for one test run. Obviously, there's a ton of work to do, and this is not like playable, but we can see. All right, it's running. If everybody wants to join, we can do anybody who wants to just do RR join, and I could do a maximize, and we could do. I'll just put this up on the full screen real quick. Let's see. Control. Oh, let's see. Let me go. Studio mode. How do I put? Let's go with. Screen share. Right. Let's try this. Okay. I can just cover this all up. Anyone else want to join? Maz, do you want to join in? You can just type RR space join if you'd like. Let's see. All right. I'm going to go ahead and transition this over. We'll look at this bigger size for the moment. All right, there we go. So we've got golden character design here at the bottom. Abomination, Royal Pain, Travis, Maz the Spaz. All right. Abomination, you want to go ahead and give us a start? The main broadcast camera is the one that really needs fixed. I gotta work on that for sure. That's got issues. The individual player cams are decent. They're pretty basic right now, but they're just, you know. Whoa! It actually kicked Royal Pain out of the arena. Oh, Abomination too. They're just falling into space. That's hilarious. Camera's trying to keep up with them. That's a mess. All right. Save me. All right. Yeah, the broadcast camera is definitely not working the way it's supposed to, so I've got some work to do there. I've got to get that fixed. That's the main one. The individual player cameras aren't bad. They're not perfect, but I've got most of them fixed. Most of the issues and circumstances fixed with that, where we don't get stuck on walls, and you know, you kind of see what's in front of you and for each player. So, all right, let me switch back to here. Go. All right. Scene view. Here we go. Play scale. Boom.
Okay, I am back.
Yeah, we may do that. I think at this stage we've just been sort of kind of testing around with different stuff. But Ludum talking about track design, Maz is
there.
throwing out the suggestion of adding some dips and curves, some some texture and so forth instead of just a flat surface. But I think there's places where we're gonna
Oh,
want
for
it to,
sure. And plus, once
yeah.
we throw in that random stuff,
Yeah,
like
the
the
random
bumps and like the
obstacles are
road,
going to make a huge difference. Yeah, so it's hard. You can't really judge it too much, right? At this stage, it's still pretty early. Yeah, we can start throwing in those. Maybe I'll set that up next week. Work on setting up a little obstacle field. Why did that crap out? Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Where's this?
What's so there? What's wrong? Cat's yelling at me for some reason.
Oh, awesome. Here we go.
Still not. Shoot. Let's see, what if when a ball gets hit by a spinning whacker, it causes bobwood to fly out of the wall to drag making it stickier? That's a pretty neat idea. Kind of like a slowdown. Matt comes up with some
Ball,
pretty awesome
blood to.
ideas.
Can't say I'm a huge fan of that one. I have a very different, I don't know. Like, honestly, I struggle with making the stick figure game because it's something from my childhood and, it's nostalgic and so forth. That's what drives me. But the kind of the war-based element of it really bugs me as a designer. I've become quite a gentle older man. I've never cared for any kind of blood and gore, though, especially in games. It makes you more sympathetic to the balls if they're getting hurt. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, that's true. For those who like horror game stuff, that's right. Tomorrow's guest is going to be presenting a horror game. Yep. Good call out, Abomination. Thank you.
Ooh, horror game.
Yeah.
Nice. Tune in tomorrow to find out. But I understand that whole, you know, like, not into, like, the whole blood or gore kind of thing. I get you on that part. Working in the funeral industry has kind of brought me to that as well.
Definitely like keeping it fun, family friendly. Even with the stick figure game, which has people being shot and blown up and stuff, I have zero blood, zero like it's uh, yeah. Why did this get out of proportion?
How's
Again.
development for that going, anyways?
Uh, very, very slow to say the least. I haven't done much on it. I put in like a 45-minute session on it like 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
It's not getting much time or attention, quite frankly, right now. I got bigger fish to fry.
Which is fair. I mean, you were working on Panda and stuff, so.
What did I do? I thought I had this all nice a minute ago, and then it's like I jacked it up again somehow. Okay, first of all, let's just fix this. This is awful. Okay, this is awful. This has got to be the same ratio. 1, 1. Height needs to be 20. Let's go 28. And then width. Can start now. Let's do 120.
Ooh, you right there, bud?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. No. No. I swear, if I have to make this thing one more time, I'm gonna lose my shit. Like, every time I get close to finishing it, I have to go back because I forgot to do something.
I don't know. Don't know what I'm
So if I
doing.
wanted to make a U-turn. Did you just say you don't know what you're doing?
Yeah.
I don't believe you, sir. It doesn't sound like you don't know what you're doing.
Thank you.
Will fail throw up. Tune in tomorrow to find out. Oh man.
I guess we need something
Still
wrong
there.
is happening
What are you
here.
looking at?
All right, I'm gonna
At
go
least
ahead
I
and
made a nice 90-degree fucking half pipe. What's going on?
I'm
Sorry?
gonna go ahead and push my changes since we talked about doing that more frequently. I'm gonna check in my changes. I updated the nameplate at the bottom of the window. Basically, took it all the way across. Made space for a large name and a large score.
Nice.
What's going on with that first one? Doggone it.
So I'm gonna need connecting piece.
Why is this one off? I don't understand.
I really want some cereal now. After talking about it. Like, dang. That sounds so good.
Gotta find that clip button and be ready to use it. Oh, bro. Set as default parent. Is there a way? I don't know why I'm asking this group. Set
What are you trying to say there?
What does that mean?
Because I feel like out of everyone
Use it.
here, I'm the most experienced at Unity, and it's a Unity question. I mean, I'll ask it.
That's fair.
I feel like
Maybe Moz knows.
I don't think I don't think Maz works in Unity. I
Or
think
Maz.
Maz does. Shoot, now I'm going to speak wrong. I was going to say Godot, but I don't know that. I think he's done a few different ones, but I don't think he typically works in Unity.
What's your question?
What if it is Moz?
Let me phone a friend here.
Yeah, it's Maz the Spaz. Why would it be Moz the Spaz? It's Maz the Spaz.
Sorry.
What if it's Moz the
sorry.
Spaz?
It it rhymes. Maz the Spaz.
Mass the spaz. Moz, it's
Moz the
Moz.
Spaz.
Moz
Spaz.
ay. I don't know. Kids these days. Ay.
What's your question? Let me phone a friend for you.
The question is there a way for me to update? Is there a way for me to update an existing element in the hierarchy to take the attributes from an existing prefab? You're typing this into Chat GPT.
Of course not. Can you say the question again? Is there a way to...
I want to update the attributes of an object in the hierarchy to an existing prefab.
Let's see. Is there a way to update an attribute of an object in in the hierarchy of an existing prefab?
Yeah, you're too late. I think I'm already on it. I think it might work.
Oh, okay. Wow. You're welcome.
Valiant effort, Travis.
Thank you though. Tell Chat I said hi.
Let's see. You can update attributes of an object in a prefab's hierarchy. Are you doing it in the editor or at runtime?
In the editor.
In the editor, you modify a child object of a prefab in the hierarchy by selecting the prefab instance in the scene. And then in the inspector, navigate to the child object you want to update, change the attribute, position, color, script values. And then if the attribute is not overridden, it will now be overridden for this instance. If you want this change to affect all instances, click Overrides and apply to prefab.
Override. What?
I don't know. That means nothing to me, so.
Prefab.
Does that make sense to you guys?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, sorry, to answer Maz's question. Yeah, I'm just trying to basically, somehow I have 8 different objects in the hierarchy that are this prefab panel. These are the windows we're looking at. But for some reason, this first one always seems to be off. So I'm assuming that something got changed in the first window that something got altered up here once it was placed in the scene, so it was no longer taking elements from the prefab, but it still reflects the prefab, and I thought I just updated it, but it's still, as you can see, different from the other windows, and it's very frustrating. You can modify prefab instances in the hierarchy or update the prefab asset itself. Well, yeah, I don't want to update the prefab asset itself. That's done. Modify a child object of a prefab in the hierarchy. Select the prefab instance in the scene. In the inspector, navigate to the child object you want to update. Panel. Why would the child object be... Oh, that doesn't Thanks. Oh. here.
Incoming transmission from archived footage.
Boom, 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 boom. Water, water. What can you do with water? You need water for the dishes, water for your hair, water for the fishes, and water for the clothes that you wear. Boom, boom, boom.
Ba-dum. Cheers.
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 Ching ching. Water. Cheers, water.
That actually helped, Travis. I think it didn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it didn't make sense. I didn't follow it exactly, but it did lead me to an option that allowed me to fix it. So I'll take that.
Way to
now I
go,
just-
Travis.
Woohoo! Glad I can help.
You're the man.
Now I just
I'll
gotta.
just type things in ChatGPT for you guys.
Thanks. Now I gotta get my image back. Texture player 2. Raw image. I gotta change this out though. It should be texture player 2. Materials. Camera textures. Raw image. Player 2. Oh, it should be player 1. Player 1. There we go. Ta-da! Better. Alright.
Ah. Sorry.
File save. Okay. Just because I'm trying to get into the habit, I'm going to push another change. Alright.
Right on.
Fixed. Player 1 window.
Love that. Good habits for the win.
Yeah. Don't forget to save your work.
Just did.
Oh shit! Thank you, Travis. I went this whole night without saving once.
Oh my
What?
gosh. That's not good. Oh my gosh.
That's not so good.
Thank you.
Just gonna go the other way. Sorry. It's making a lot of sound.
Okay, what is this even for?
Incoming transmission from archived footage.
What's so funny?
You missed it.
I love that clip. I love that.
Ludum played it's a dance clip. It's
Oh, I see it. I see it.
okay. You must have a big lag.
Yeah, I do.
It's a dual clip. One is from the movie Blast from the Past, which I love, and it's Christopher Walken and the actress who plays his wife in the movie. They're doing a happy dance, and so then the other clip is me copying that.
Very nice. Very nice.
It's a great clip. It's a great clip. I am so going to wake up singing that song. Travis,
Yep.
question.
Sure.
I would like to know more about your music writing process. Like after I've been listening, to you for a couple weeks now, like do you advance in your songs almost like one note or like one or a few notes at a time? Like I don't know, I just want like to know more about your music writing process. Like what's
Hmm.
going on through your mind as you're writing this? Like note or like theory wise.
Well, um, what right now I'm kind of just tweaking the balance of different instruments. So I'm trying to see if I can hear all the instruments. I tend to put too much together, so sometimes like things are just kind of disappearing in the mix. So I'm trying to tweak here and there to fix the balance. So at the moment, I'm not really writing anything new, but when I was writing, like when we first started, I would simply just improvise a melody, and um, and with that melody, there would be an implied harmony, um, where it's like I could use this chord because it matches with the melody, or I could use this other chord because it's also matching. So just based on the melody, I can come up with a chord progression, and and then I just put that into this DAW FL Studios, and then I just give that same melodies to certain instruments, and then the chords to other instruments, and that's about it. Um, and then from that,
That's
I
about
could,
it. Oh, that's
yeah.
it. That's so intricate.
But from that, I could. That's kind of like my building block. Um, if I need more ideas, I would just kind of go back to that melody and just tweak it here and there. there are certain things I could do to generate more ideas. Um, for example, like if I'm remembering correctly, you could flip the melody. Um, so that'd be the, I think, retrograde, and then you could like flip it another way, which is the inversion, and then there's also the intrograde uh, inversion, if that makes sense. So I can do that as an exercise to see, oh, what would it sound like this way or that way, and then I could use that potentially as new material for a different section of music, if that makes sense.
Okay, I
But
got one word for all of that. What? Hold on. Wait. Okay, so you go and you take a melody. Okay, so you write a melody, and you can go and invert it,
yeah, so
and
I
it
could
fits
play.
somehow.
Oh no, it won't. It won't necessarily fit. So I can take the melody and it's and then flip it. So I'll have it in reverse order. So it's like a mirror image, and then that could potentially give me more ideas for like a different section of music. But the chord progression remains.
Oh. Oh, okay, so it's like if you have a melody and you take the ending part of a melody, you duplicate it, you flip it around, you take the beginning part of that flipped around part as a
Mhm.
connecting piece. So it connects the ending part of the first part, and it's the first part of the second part that you use that as a connecting piece. Like, is that what you're saying?
Sort of. I mean, for example, like here, I'll play a little tune.
I need an example. I think you just blew
So,
my mind. What?
can you hear that? Oh,
Yes, I can hear it.
can you
Yeah.
hear that?
Yes, I can.
So let's say that's my melody, right? So then if I do the retrograde,
Okay.
it was just you could play it in reverse, right? And that's it.
Okay.
um, so
Incoming
if the chord
transmission from
progression was
archived
like
footage.
You know what I mean? Do you?
the chord progression may not fit either way. Well, in this case, it does work. So, but if I needed more ideas, I could potentially use that exercise or technique to just come up with different ideas. And
That's
then,
awesome.
so the inversion would be like, and so here's the melody going up, right? So the inversion would be
Mhm.
going down. So the chord progression may not work that way. Like,
Mm.
yeah, so the chord progression would have to change for that. And then
But it still gives you some inspiration.
yeah, so like if I have uh, like a brain fog or something or writer's block kind of thing, then I would kind of explore those different techniques to you know jumpstart something
That's
inspirational.
awesome.
Yeah.
That is so freaking cool. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, thanks for
Wow.
asking.
Like, I don't know. Like I'm a musician, but I don't know music theory. But like everyone's like, "Oh, well, music is science." There's a science behind music, and
Yeah,
you
there are a lot
know,
of patterns and
someone who Yeah, and someone who
Mhm.
dabbles in music often, all the time, but does no theory, you hear that and you're like, what do you mean? You know? So, but for you to explain it like that in a sense, it's like, oh, that's really cool. Like, that's
Thanks.
really cool. So, thank you for kind of throwing that down there.
Yeah, you can always anyone can always learn, right? You just learn a little bit of theory here
Hmm.
and there, and eventually kind of understand how things work.
Right, but it's kind of hard to learn that kind of thing without like a teacher, which I appreciate you being a music teacher because I've been trying to teach myself music for fucking 20 years now. And I'm still terrible at it.
No.
um,
I'm sure you know a lot.
but like,
yeah.
I really don't. Unfortunately, I really don't. But like, I'm listening to you like write stuff, and I'm legitimately paying attention to like the things you're writing, and questions come to mind. It's just like, huh, yeah, So thank you for kind of explaining that.
Thanks. Thanks for asking.
That's it's really cool. Really, really cool.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd be happy to help.
Royal Pain just asked that.
How's the programming coming along?
I'm sorry, was that directed at me?
Oh, either one. Either you or Ludum.
I don't think Ludum's been
Definitely
doing
not
it
me.
programming tonight.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know.
He's been in
I just use
Blender.
programming as a general term.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, Ludum's
Gotcha,
working in
okay.
Blender, and he's been frustrated most of the night.
Oh. How's the
3D art's pain.
blendering? It looks complicated.
But
It's all right.
yeah, I haven't been doing too much in the way of programming myself. I fixed the point system, so I got that working. That's about the only code-based thing I really did tonight. And then I got I cleaned up our little boxes here, our windows for the players. Kind of put it on the screen there to show like the points across this banner down here with the name. So we'll be able to get that a little better so that we can see that better, more clearly. And then I've been organizing just the scene elements just so that I can work in here easier. Like the hierarchy is just so different now.
Sorry, Vale. It's okay. You can call me out. It's okay, dude. It's okay to call me out. I'm not gonna be mad. I totally understand. So it's okay. Call me out, brother. I know I'm bad at that kind of stuff. Tack hates it. She hates it so much. Like now that we talk about that, like it sucks that like in college that wasn't something that they really kind of enforced, like with our group projects, is like or how clean like the project is, um, you know, that kind of thing. That probably would have helped set a good foundation.
Yeah. So, question, like our little field, we were gonna have these little mini towers pop up in the course as little bumpers, right? Um,
Mhm.
do you want that in this little section? Like, I'm putting it on the screen here now. This kind of lower section after the wall opens from the ballroom. Is that where we want them, or did you want them up on that first ramp into the ballroom? Or do we want to make a completely
Not
separate?
really. Not really sure. I would say at this point, um, they're not really involved in the level right now. I mean, right now they're on the sides just for decor. So
Right.
there's something visually appealing when we try it. Because those ones on the sides, they're not really the bumper one. I don't know if she had actually made the bumper uh model. I don't know if that is it or not. Um, my suggestion is like if you feel the need to get rid of them, go ahead and get rid of them because we're going to need to make them a prefab
I
as
don't.
a bumper,
Mhm.
right?
I don't need to
Or
get
those are
rid of
just
them.
duplicates of each other.
Yeah. I mean, if I was just thinking about making that obstacle section.
If you want to, by all means, you can play
But
around with creating that obstacle section.
but my question is, should I make one from scratch, or should I make it on this entry ramp, or should I make it on that lower ramp that you created?
Which one? Like, because there's the one big ramp that leads to the bowl.
Correct. So
Or,
that's
or are you
one
talking about the one
option.
after that?
There's one below the bowl, like after it opens up, you've got like this big trailing ramp out of the bowl.
Oh,
This
gotcha.
thing.
Okay, I see it.
So that's option 2, or I can just make a completely separate section that we can mess with later.
So that second section is what I'm working on now.
Okay.
I'm working on like that half pipe area to just kind of like have that like race down to the next section.
Okay.
Um, I was thinking like, well, okay, because you had mentioned the arena where they get the abilities at the start.
Yeah.
So if anything, maybe where the bowl is, that's where that arena would be. And then we can lead down into another section
Well, where's the
that
drawbridge?
kind of
Weren't we
is
gonna
like
have a
the bowl.
drawbridge that's the entry that you had to lower?
Yeah, it was actually past that second section that I'm building the half pipe for. That's where the drawbridge was.
So all this that we're going through here is going to be outside the castle? I guess that makes sense with the
Yes.
trees. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because the original idea was we're gonna start outside, like kind of building up to the castle, working our way up, and then once they get to the castle, then they go in, and it just continues on to whatever areas we kind of choose to throw in there.
Okay.
Because it's almost like I don't want to say a tutorial area, but like the introductory area leading into like the main theme, if that makes sense. Well, I guess it's all one theme, but like the center point of the theme have a build up. But I totally forgot about the ability area.
Well, that's okay. I mean, we kind of want to build this somewhat modularly anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
So if we think of it in separate sections and then kind of put the sections together later, I think it will work. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that like the bowl area will be kind of like its own modular kind of situation. I'm creating these pipes to be modular. That way, it's like we can kind of connect them any specific way that we feel necessary to build like a pathway. The drawbridge area, at least the drawbridge is kind of its own piece, so it's like we can kind of connect that to any piece we want. It's almost like um, a connecting piece between two areas. So we have one area, the drawbridge in between, and then an area after that. At least that's how I'm picturing it. Thoughts?
I mean, I'm having a hard time visualizing stuff for sure. Like, it's tough to. Um, I'm sure I don't see it the same way you do, but that's okay. I think it's just best if if you guys create and drop stuff in, and then we can feedback on what we've got if we want to approach it slightly different. But I feel like what you've been doing and coming up with so far has been pretty cool. So.
Okay.
I think, like we did with that bowl thing, you put together a cool little area, and then we were talking about the, what are the pros and, what's not working about it, and then we just would add it a different way. And
Mhm.
yeah, I think if we keep approaching things that way, it'll work. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
I gotta get this.
The art process is hard with such little time.
I know. I get it. I totally get it. Your idea of sketching stuff out and then just sort of grabbing something off the sketch pad and making it, I think is a good one.
It's a bit what?
I said I think it's a good approach. Like
Ah,
when you like sketching stuff out, just when you think of it during the week or whatever. And then when we sit down, you just sort of pick something off the sketch pad and say, okay, I'm going to build this.
yeah, I feel like it's kind of necessary. Like I don't like the idea of us working on it like outside of game jam time. But at the same time, like with so little time, like if I'm just standing at work and I think of something, I'm gonna doodle it just to save time here. Because if I had to sit here and doodle something, it would just be like, all I did for an hour and a half was doodle.
Yeah,
You
no,
know, I have to wait a whole week to model it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with us taking notes and getting our ideas down on paper throughout the week.
Okay, well, that's good.
Whether it's in the form of a doodle or notes or sketches or whatever it is, I think that's kind of important.
Agreed. Especially with the art process.
Well, with everything, with game design, like this whole point system, if I'm thinking about it over this next week and I'm going, oh, we should do this with points or with this, I'm gonna take notes because otherwise I'm gonna completely forget by the time we bring it up again.
Yeah, fair, yeah. Totally fair. Six, five. I need a connecting piece. Alright, so we got that one. We're gonna need to shoot. Duplicate that, mirror it. do we have the expo next weekend? No, that's the end of April. April 24th?
Somewhere in the 20s.
Oh,
It's
25th, 6th, and 7th.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, that's gonna be.
You guys coming down? Come on, guys.
Yeah, are
Come
you guys
on.
coming?
Come on down.
Oh God.
Come and hang out.
Come on
Oh,
down.
pressure. My goodness.
No, all the pressure. Come on down.
You can sleep on Vale's couch.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I have a spare bedroom.
I've got 2.
Oh, nice.
Wait, a lot of this stuff that you have in the scene confuses the heck out of me, my man.
How so?
I just don't know what half this stuff is for. Like, there's a shield just sitting in the middle of space, like, not near anything. Nowhere near a track. Can't see it. Like, why? Why is it there? Is there a purpose?
Where? Hold on, what'd you wear? What shield?
Like this, there's this shield at the bottom corner of the UI screen. It's just sitting
I didn't
there.
even know that was there.
It's just like,
I don't even know why that's there. Oh, actually, hold on. Is that 000?
yeah.
Oh, okay. So that might be there because when I was playing with animations and whatnot, and we had talked about, I think last, well, maybe if it wasn't last week, it was the week before, about the attaching the animations to prefabs, and I was setting, like the prefab or what the game object to 000. That might be why that's there.
Sure. Okay.
So I'm just saying that's the only logical reason why there would be a shield at that point. Not that I put it there intentionally.
Walls that are just floating out in the middle of nowhere. It's very unique.
What's in there?
Oh man.
Is it really 10 o'clock? Holy shit.
Yeah, sure is.
Wow. Come on. stink. Here's Smelly Cat. Smelly Cat.
Yeah, that's where my mind went.
This cat got a little too comfortable here.
I'll be right back.
Oh no. What? How annoying.
What? What are you all up to out there? World Pain, Abomination. What are you guys doing right now?
They're probably fighting
As
sleep,
you're sitting here.
or they fell asleep. It's 1 o'clock in the morning for them. Gosh, I wish. Oh, that was about coming out.
Yeah. Yeah. How many games are you guys showcasing? Oh my god. How many games are you guys showcasing at Level Up Expo this year?
What do you mean by
As the IGDA. Sorry, as the
Oh,
IGDA
IGDA?
table.
That's a good question. I think at this point there's about maybe half a dozen, which I feel like half of them are mine.
So yeah, because you have your thing for Dad's stick figure game.
I have
Right,
dads in the
your,
stick figure
sweet.
game, but Jason asked me about Pandemonium Puzzle, and I'd love to have it featured, but I was like, well, like, is that overkill? Like, I don't want to dominate, with mine. And he's like, well, I can lower the percentage chance that each one of yours show individually so that it's not, So I'm going to go ahead and put together a little. I'm going to have to put together some commercials for Pandemonium Puzzle anyhow. So I'll probably share
Okay.
something with him for that too.
Right on. So you're gonna be 3 of the 6 games?
I mean, at this point, there might be more than 6, but at this point, that's what it looks like, yeah.
Okay, right on.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
Might as well have gotten your own table at this point, right?
I mean, why? It's like I have my own table.
Well, yeah. You're not wrong there, yeah, for sure. That's awesome, though. It's just
No,
free
it's
publicity
cool.
on your end, right?
It's cool, yeah. It's great, and it's cool because definitely like supporting IGDA and everything that they've, been there to kind of support me and my progress, and yeah, I like it. It's real nice.
For sure. For sure. Yeah, I'll definitely be trying to, like push people in that direction too. Just to kind of throw stuff your way, because it's like I have Blind Cat to my left, and then you guys are in front of us. So it's like I'm gonna try and be pushing them in those directions, the best I
Nice.
can. Because I think our booth is technically the first booth seen coming from the far side. So I'm going to try and direct people the best I can to support our industry.
Woohoo! What did I miss?
Woohoo!
Did I miss anything?
Everything.
No.
Vale's showing off 3 different games at the
Oh,
Level Up
nice.
Expo.
It's exciting.
Yeah, which, in my opinion, is freaking awesome. Like, the idea of being able to show 3 games, that's impressive.
It's pretty cool. You know, of course, 2 of them I'll just be taking wish lists. The one, hopefully, I'll actually be able to have people be able to download and play while they're there. Like, not while they're standing at the table, but like, you know, the whole weekend. That's ideal. Get some word going around, hopefully. Man.
Right. And the fact that Panda is going to be free, like free to play, like I think
Yep.
that's a huge advantage. Huge advantage.
Free to play with no ads. That's going to be basically
Oh,
one
with
of my,
no ads too.
that's going to be basically one of my commercials. It's
Nice.
free to play, no ads.
Which is probably the best pitch you can give for a mobile game, in my opinion. You know, like that's what mobile games are all about. They all have ads. And it's like
Mhm.
I don't have one single mobile app on my game and I've never downloaded one. Because as far as I
Mobile
know,
game
they
on
all
your
have
phone, you
ads.
mean?
Yeah.
You don't? Oh yeah, I have tons. I download them a lot, play, and then get rid of it.
Like your game is going to be the first mobile game of my life because I've never downloaded one.
Well, I'm honored.
I've always just been like, I hate ads. I hate them. That's why I
Well,
don't watch YouTube. I'm
there's
never on YouTube.
no ads in my game, so you don't have to worry about that. There was in the original rendition, but I removed them. Took it out.
So anyone here watching, be ready to get on that game with no ads because that is amazing. Like that's just, at least from what I hear, that's really unique that there's no ads. I could be wrong. Like, are there games out there without ads?
There are, but not very many.
No. Yes. Level Up Expo, man. Like, I am so nervous about Level Up Expo. Wait. Can't wait for it? Are you trying to tell us something? Are you being sneaky?
No, they're
No
saying
way.
that was when you were talking about Pandemonium Puzzle. They can't wait for Pandemonium Puzzle.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Level Up Expo. I was like, wait, hold on. Are you being sneaky here? I'm pretty stoked for it too.
I'm excited. It'll be my first video game convention or festival.
Are you gonna be going all 3 days?
I'm gonna volunteer for the IGDA for Friday and Saturday, and
Okay.
I'm not sure about Sunday. But I don't know if I'm digging the whole thing. Maybe I'll go Sunday.
Right on. Sunday tends to be the slowest day.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
Still a good time though.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to every booth and like, here's my card. Here's my business card. I don't know. I'm not sure. I was thinking of dressing up too, but I'm not sure about that.
Ooh, as what?
A tiefling.
Tiefling, really?
Yeah. As like what? Her name's Alfira, but not as like, not the female. Maybe a male version of Alfira from Baldur's Gate.
That's the bard, right?
Yeah, the bard.
Like the colorful like bard with the bells and everything in
Yeah.
the Emerald Grove or whatever. You're gonna go as her?
Well, I was thinking doing like maybe a male version of her,
That's
just because like
awesome.
since I'm a music composer, musician, I don't know. And
Very
instead of
fitting.
guitar, instead
Very
of a
fitting.
lute, I'll do like a piano, strap piano around my shoulder. I don't know.
I have an Irish bazooki if you want to borrow that.
Oh really?
Yeah, here. It's basically a mandolin, but it's Irish bazooki instead. You know, it's kind of like a
Oh
mandolin but longer neck.
yeah,
You know.
that's awesome. I mean, I probably should know how to play it though.
Well, you're a musician. You can learn instantly, right? I'm just kidding. But
I can kind of tinker around with it, but to
I'll
actually
let you
perform.
borrow it if you want something different. I
Okay, well,
also
thank you.
have my backpacker, which is just a basic guitar. So, if you want
Wow,
some accessories music
that's
wise, let me
awesome.
know.
That's so cool.
I trust you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's an awesome cosplay though, or like a character to go as. That's
Hmm.
awesome.
Yeah, because I think you'll probably see a lot of people there, so it might be hard to remember everyone. So maybe if I dress up,
Yeah.
I mean, like I don't know if I'll do like the same color, but uh, I don't feel like putting any makeup on or anything. So maybe just like the horns and the tail, and then maybe maybe a similar color scheme for the outfit, or I don't know, just like the male version of
Right
the
on.
bard.
That's cool. That's that's awesome. That's really cool.
and then
I'll say go for it.
a piano. Like if I have a piano, I could like strap around my shoulder, then I could actually play it.
Right on. You can buy one of those ones with the tube that you can connect to your mouth. So as you blow into it, whatever they're called.
Oh, yeah. What were those?
Um,
I was thinking getting a
what are they called?
keytar. Have you
Oh,
seen
guitar.
have you seen that?
Yes. Yes. I want one. I want a guitar so bad.
I I
Oh.
I don't know. I can't believe I haven't seen any of those before. I actually haven't. And I was just thinking like, oh, there has to be a piano that could just, in an like a mobile piano. Like, is there one I could, you know, strap around my shoulder and
Yes, there is.
play?
There
And then so I just
absolutely
Googled it,
is.
and then it was like, oh, there's a keytar, and I'm like, are you serious? Like, how did I not see this until
I'm kind
now?
of surprised you haven't seen one either. Wow. I
Yeah,
used to
but
think they were really cheesy until I started getting into synth writing, like 80s synth music, and
yeah.
I was like, I need one. I need one now.
And then there's this really cool one. There's one by Roland, and there's like uh, a Korg, and those are really pricey. And I'm like, okay, well, as a costume, maybe not spending $1,000 would be. I don't want to spend.
Yeah, that's a little dangerous at a cosplay or a
Yeah, but they look.
convention.
Yeah, it looks really cool. But I can get a really cheapo one. Like, I don't know. There's a cheap.
Is there a cheapo version?
There are cheaper ones, but still, it's kind of pricey. Like this, there's something like Alessis. That one's like $341. This one's like
Okay, okay. That's
227. I'm
cheaper
like,
than I'd expect.
yeah, I'm like, oh, I don't really want to buy just for a costume. Like I don't want to spend that much.
Yeah, but it's not just for a costume. Can you imagine, like, you were feeling like, let's say you're at home and you're like, I want to write some music, but I
Yeah,
want to stand up, and you're just like,
yeah, and I could like walk around with it and like go to places and play it. Cause like bringing my massive
yeah,
88 keyboard, it's like super heavy. Bringing it places, and then I'll have to like get speakers and an amp, and then roll those things around. I'm like, that's a lot.
yeah, it is a lot.
Um,
But that allows mobility. Sounds like a pretty good investment for $300. That's me, though. Yeah.
oh, that's cool. The dueling pianos had, yeah. I think it's fun for like on stage kind of thing, you know. Um, I think there's a dueling piano bar in Vegas. I can't remember. It's on the strip somewhere. I forgot the name of the place. But I think they actually have grand pianos, or maybe baby grands or something. And they're
Ooh,
like next to each other.
really?
I think they're like. So I don't know. Maybe not. I don't remember.
Where is that?
Don't quote me on
You
that.
need to let me know where that's at.
Oh, where was that? Anyway, I don't know if they're still performing. I think my music's fairly fine-tuned. I don't know. I think I need to listen to it a couple more times. So don't mind me. working in the red. It's my violin.
Okay, loot 'em.
Yes, sir.
I just pushed another change, and I highly recommend before you do any work that you do pull everything, and before you freak out, it's gonna look, the scene is gonna look the same. Like if you're looking at it in the view, it's gonna, I didn't change anything. But if you're looking at the hierarchy, you're gonna freak out at first.
Okay. Let me look. Okay, so before I get latest, let me look at the hierarchy now, because the hierarchy is something I don't even acknowledge. So let me take a look here. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Yeah, this is a mess. Wall 1, parentheses 896711111. What is this?
That's you, bud.
How? Okay, hold on. No, wait. How is it that there can be a wall underscore 1 parentheses 1 time? How can there be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them?
Because
How
you,
is that even possible? Shouldn't they all be like a different parentheses number?
it depends on how you add them to the scene. So if you duplicate it from the hierarchy, it'll add like another parenthesis 1 next to it, or it'll up it to 2 or whatever. If you add it from like a prefab, it's just going to copy whatever the name of the prefab is. So you can have 10
Oh.
of the exact same because they're all going to be off of that prefab, which the benefit to that is if you want to make changes to the object, you make it to the prefab and it affects all of those objects instead of having to change them all individually. And so forth.
Okay. Good to know. Wow, yeah, okay. Yeah. This is a hot mess. Again, from the bottom of my heart, as an artist and developer, I apologize for
It's
making
okay.
you,
It's
for one,
it's
triggering your OCD in an extent of like, why am I working with this artist?
no, I don't feel that way at all.
Which is
Here,
understandable.
let me put it this
but
way.
like,
I
yeah.
I appreciate the apology, but it's not necessary. I I know you work on your own system and your own thing. We've never really worked in the same environment before. So this is new for both of us. And I just tend to be very over organized. It's something that's like for me, I kind of have to in order to work well, but it's not like it's sort of like did you ever see that episode of Friends where Chandler decides to do something nice and clean the apartment, and then they start freaking out because they're worried that Monica's gonna like blow up and be like, "What did you do?" And she gets home, and she's like, "Why is everything different? Why are things in the wrong place?" And he's like apologizing, and she says, and this is I say this a lot. I should probably add this to the clips. She
You have
says,
to now.
"Well, well, I know that I'm overly organized, and have to have everything in its place. And like, I forget exactly how says it, but I'm like crazy at having to have everything in its place. But I don't expect you to be that way. So it's not like you have to adapt to
All right.
my way of doing things. But I also like organizing. I
Okay, that's fair.
I kid you not. I spent one time and we went to the library. I was at the library, like, um, with my kids, and they're all done finding books. And I'm like, no, I'm not ready to go yet because I was alphabetizing their movie section. They didn't. It was all out of order. People messed
Oh
it
my
all up,
gosh.
and it was fucking me. So, and I'm like, no, I'm on like T. I can't quit now.
Wow. You should work there
That's
then.
pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome.
Nice.
Wow. Well, I appreciate you not expecting me to meet your level of OCD. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Um, but looking at what you've done, like, wow, this
Did
is
you
impressive.
did
Like,
you load it in?
this is
Oh,
grade
yeah.
A organization. I did load it in, and this is looking at the hierarchy of what it was before and looking at it now. Whoo! Like, one, I feel like a hot mess myself. Just be like, wow, I can't believe I let it get to where it was, for one. But, like, this is, like, wow, this is nice. This is like walking, like, like, if you're going to go to, like, a new apartment or a house looking to buy it, and you walk in and it's just, like, super clean, you're like, wow, this is really nice and clean, right? And then you move in, and you're just, like, a year later, you're like, this is not the house I kind of moved into. It's kind of like that, but like the opposite. So it's like, wow, this is awesome, dude. Like, I don't think I've seen even in AAA studios that I've dealt with their projects, like they're still not even this clean. This is awesome.
So there. With that said, if you go to the very bottom of the hierarchy and you open track
Mhm.
elements, the last item in track elements is unknown purpose. If you're ever playing around in here and you get a chance to go through those and either like name them, organize them, or delete them, it would be helpful, but you don't have to. I'm just saying, if you happen to be messing around and you're like, what the crap is this? I don't need this anymore. You can just delete that stuff.
Okay, okay,
Okay. Because I'm like, I put
okay,
all this stuff under unknown purpose that I'm like, it's just floating out in the middle of nowhere. I have no idea why it's here. So,
okay. All right. And it's funny as I'm going through these, I'm like, I know exactly what these were for
oh,
at
okay.
one point. Maybe not the shield at the corner of the player name thing, like, I don't know. Again, I feel like that was just like, but like certain collisions, yeah, I know why I put, like, why they exist.
Okay.
In fact, a lot of these collisions are there specifically, they were for a reason, but since we've moved to the bowl and I've adjusted the level has changed, like I can get rid of most of these. But
Okay.
yeah.
I didn't want to mess with
But
it
no,
because
I think it's awesome that you made that folder. Like that is awesome. That alone just is like, yes. Thank you for doing that because it's
you're welcome.
one, it's gonna put me in my place. Like as a teammate, I'm going to like you're putting me in my place, and I appreciate that. And the way that I am as a teammate is like I'm going to adapt and try to keep in mind the organization element. I'm not just going to continue to be messy, you know. Like now that I'm working with someone, I like to adapt because I'm a team player. So, you know, but anytime that you're like, "Hey, can you please like put this in the correct position or correct folder? Please let me know." Like
Well, I'll
I
be
want to create good habits as well.
I'll be honest. You're welcome to, but if you also want to create like a group that is like if that's too much to, because I know that that can be a pain if you're not used to doing that kind of organization. So if you just want to do like we can add an object that's Ludum's working stuff, and then you can just throw everything you want in there, including the kitchen sink, and then we'll just go through this process again with that folder later. But at least I can shrink it down.
Wow. Well, for one, I you don't understand how much I appreciate you even willing for me to have my own messy drawer of just
For sure.
stuff. That's amazing. That's teamwork on its just pure teamwork. I love that. You know, but at the same time, I don't want that. Like I want to adapt to because your time means a lot to me as well. I don't want you to have to go and clean up my mess. That's not cool on my behalf. You shouldn't have to do that, you know. So I want to adapt and make things organized as well as we continue. So, you know, I might need help getting to that point, but I'm going to try my best to kind of be like, okay, this is where things go to help alleviate and save you time. If you have OCD, I'm going to respect that and I'm going to try to adapt to that because I have my own OCDs and I understand the situation of needing things the way that they need to be, you know. So, like this again, this is a team effort and I'm going to work with you because you're working with me. That's good teamwork, right? But I 100% appreciate you even considering the idea of having me my own junk drawer. That's awesome.
I mean, I totally mean it.
Like that
um,
like thank you. I appreciate that. But I again, I'm going to do my best to be cleaner. I just, you know, I need to just keep track of the hierarchy. Again, as I'm throwing stuff in, I don't even look at the hierarchy. You know, I'm just like, you know, placing things, you know, whatever, you know, like so I'm going to try and keep that in mind
well,
as moving forward.
on the one hand, when you say you don't even look at the hierarchy, I'm like, wow, really? On the other hand, when you say I don't look at the hierarchy, I'm like, well, obviously. Sorry.
Oh my god.
No, that's totally fair. Totally fair.
I'm messing with you,
You
man.
know.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
No. No, no. Teamwork, man.
I seriously,
It's
because
very obvious. Like,
because to me, you having your own, like you call it, a junk drawer, like to me that's still organized. Like at least there's a purpose and a plan behind that. You know what I mean? Like at least it's compartmentalized.
sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. You know. I don't know. I think in my mind it's like, well, because I'm just placing things to concept, you know. So
Yeah,
it's like
yeah. No, I get it.
where they go and the hierarchy doesn't mean much, but I understand that it actually kind of does mean stuff in a sense, you know. So I just gotta keep that in mind. But thank you. Like literally
It's
one developer to another. Thank you for just kind of one cleaning it up and showing me your process. You know, like like I've worked with developers and none of them have shown me their process and organization. They showed me the skills and how to do stuff, but just the teaching of an organizational backing, I think that's really cool that you took the time to do that and then just like, hey, take a look at this. Like that's really cool. So thank you for doing that.
Well, you're welcome. But again, I'm not trying to force my system on you. So,
I
you know.
appreciate you saying that, and it doesn't feel like you're forcing it on me
Okay.
at all. Like it doesn't feel like you're forcing it at all.
All
Don't
right.
don't feel that way. You know, this is awesome. This is really clean. Like wow. Also, while on this conversation, if you haven't noticed, I'm really bad at naming conventions. Right? As Attack had mentioned a couple weeks ago, that I'm really bad at naming conventions. So if you want to set a naming convention for 3D assets or anything of that sort, please do so. If there's a naming convention, I will follow it. But if no one sets anything, I'm going to do anything that works best for my own brain for me to go back to it. So, which isn't the greatest thing because like it's not organized, and then I'll look at it and be like a logical series of events of like, what was I doing? It was doing this, 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 this. Okay, that's what that test script was about. That's why I named it test script. Not the greatest naming convention, but like with
It's
Petroglyph
not gonna
and
bother me
2K,
any. It's
they
all
had
fine.
naming conventions. So, but they had naming conventions for me to follow. So if
Gotcha.
there's a rule set, it makes it easier for me to follow. That's how my brain works.
I
So keep that in
I
mind.
I
You
don't
know.
really stick to any conventions with naming other than when I'm writing scripts. I use like managers very intently for singleton scripts. So if there's only going to
What's a
be
singleton script?
basically if there's only going to be, think of it Highlander, there can be only one. so
Okay. Okay.
so
Nice reference, Rob.
if you look at managers, you'll see I have like
Mhm,
authentication manager, ball manager, camera manager, chat manager, and so on and so forth. All of those scripts,
mhm.
those are objects that a script is attached to, and each of those
Mhm.
items are there. There's only one. So all the scripts that
Okay.
have only one, I call them managers. That's the only naming convention that I do, really. Everything else is pretty much whatever feels right at the moment. So,
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
Good to
But
know.
yeah,
Good to know. Good to
that's
know.
that's it from my perspective.
This is clean though. Like wow. I'm extremely impressed. Not gonna lie here. Woo. This is
Well,
awesome.
thank you. I'm glad you feel that way. I was a little worried you'd be like, "What the crap did you do to all my stuff?"
No, not at all. Not at all. You know, I'm one of those people who know that I just kind of do things on a whim. I live in the moment. I'm just like, okay, whatever. I'll clean it later. Like once everything's set in stone, I'll go back and kind of organize. Um, Even then, it's still not that organized. But no, this is awesome. This is awesome. But I'll do my best to save your time as well moving forward. Like the fact that you took the last hour or whatever to clean that up hurts me. It hurts me a little bit, because
Well,
your time's important to me as well.
I mean, I hear that and I appreciate that, but I also have more fun organizing than you probably think. So don't stress.
Still, still, it's never fun to have someone clean up after you, right?
Well,
Like that's never fun.
if it's this kind of organizing, okay, so like here, now that brings up another quote from Monica that I can relate to. There's a time when like when Chandler's looking for a job and Monica prepares like this whole huge file folder, like this big file of all the different jobs. She organizes and creates this thing, like a different folder for every like type of job, and they're all alphabetized and so forth, and has the whole thing. And he grabs the first one and he's like, oh, advertising, okay, this looks cool, I'll try that. And and so there's this whole scene with that, and he's like, well, but I feel bad, you spent all this time on organizing this whole thing. And she's like, spending a day with a, you know, with my label maker and, you know, everything, like that's a great day, are you kidding? You know, it's
That's fair. That's,
yeah.
hey, you know,
For those of us
each
who
their
love
own. As long as you had
organization,
an alright time.
sometimes it can be more enjoyable than, I mean, I'll cleaning sucks. Organizing is nice. Those are two different
I don't
things.
mind cleaning.
Hey.
You know when like you're vacuuming like a really dirty spot and then you see it super clean, you're like, ooh.
Oh, all right. Yeah, sure.
Hey, I mean, you
I
know,
mean, I don't like cleaning, but you know, like you have to clean eventually. And then when you do clean, it's like
That's true.
you wipe something and then it's like
That is true.
sparkly clean. It's like, ooh, that looks nice.
yeah.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. That
I
is
don't
very
know.
gratifying in its own unique way.
I can't stand cleaning, so I just make sure that I keep it clean as I go. I try it at least.
Oh yeah, me too.
I don't
Try to keep things clean.
like leaving a mess. I hate it. It drives me nuts. Sometimes my desk gets out of hand and it's like, oh, that's not good. I got too much crap on my desk. But that's because I like live here, like at my desk. But it's like when I make food in the kitchen, I'm like, usually I have it all put away before I even sit to eat. Like it's already all put away and clean before I eat. Not always, but
Yes, I'm
a
the
lot
same
of
way
the
when I
time.
cook.
Yeah, I usually clean as I go.
Yep.
So then it's only a few things at
Mhm.
the end.
Because I hate cleaning. Because if I
I'm
leave
the
it,
same way cooking.
and I have to come back to it like at 11 o'clock at night, then I'm like, I don't want to do this. And then it
Yeah.
sits until the morning, and then I'm like looking at it in the morning going, I don't want to do that. But if I do it right there in the moment, then it feels good because I don't have to clean.
For sure. Yeah. 100%.
Anyway, that was a relevant conversation.
It was a relevant conversation. A-relevant, not irrelevant. A-relevant. Yes. But thank you for cleaning the project. Like, sorry you had to do that.
You're welcome. No apology necessary.
But I appreciate it. Like, that's awesome. We have a little more modular elements for half pipes, which is kind of cool too.
Cool.
So we got like a straight pipe, and then we have connector pipe, and then a connector bend piece, and then we have a straight, like it's a 65 degree angle going downward, and then we have a turn right pipe, a turn left pipe, which these turn pipes are kind of they're reusable, so we can turn them like 90 degrees or like 45 degrees or whatever, so they can connect to each other. So that's kind of cool. So it's not too bad, just connecting pieces or whatnot. And 3D modeling modularity is not my jam. This is probably the first time I've modeled anything modular, to be honest.
Modeled anything?
Again, attack is yeah, attack is the artist of the team. So she's the 3D modeler. Like, she knows what she's doing. I'm like, I'm gonna learn how to do this modular. I still feel like I'm doing it wrong, and I'm sure if she saw what I was doing, she'd be like, no, you should do it this way instead. So I'm not gonna show her what I'm doing. I'm gonna implement it first, and then later on, 3 weeks from now, when she sees it, she's gonna be like, "Why did you do it that way?" I'm like, "I don't know, because you were gone for a day, so this is what happens when you're absent.
That's hilarious.
This is what happens when you leave me to 3D model stuff." But not bad though. Not a bad start. A straight piece, left piece, right piece. All right, all right, all right. Can't believe it's almost 11. Are you kidding me? Fudge.
Incoming transmission from archived footage.
Boom, 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 boom.
Speaking of 3D modeling, oh well,
Water. What can you do
playing
with
a
water?
video. But speaking of
You
like
need
modeling,
water for the
these
dishes,
peonies
water
that I've
for
been
your
trying to
hair,
model
water for the
have
fishes, and
by
water for the
far been the
clothes that you
worst thing
wear.
I've ever tried to model.
Oh no.
Like, and that's not a complaint. It's kind of more of like just like an observation kind of thing.
Wow.
But like the way peonies are made, and like, okay, so you have like peonies where they have the really intricate, like, thick, multi-layered center. Like, that part is like boggling my mind. I'm trying to find a really good efficient way to model that,
Wow.
and it's like, how do I do that? Like the ones where they're kind of open and they have the little things that stick out with, like the feelers, whatever they're called. Sure, that part's not difficult. But the ones that are like full and they have that centerpiece that's just full of leaves,
Mm-hmm.
dude, like, that has been the most like, I would rather model character hands than have to do the peony.
Yikes.
It's been I've been trying to figure out a good way to model it. Um, just because, like, I want it to look good, right? But I also don't want it to be super high poly. So you have all these like intricate pieces in the center, and it's like these pieces aren't being seen. So how can I make it to where if these pieces aren't being seen, but I need it to look like it on the top, right? So it's like you have it on top, but you can't create a plane underneath, like, the top part, because then the lighting doesn't work right. So, like, it's been such an interesting learning experience. And I'm not trying to be negative about it. It's been awesome. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a really good learning experience. But man, that's a hard flower to model. I'm like,
Wow.
no joke. No joke. I've
Wow.
probably tried 3, 4, 5 variations, and I'm like,
Dang.
nope, I don't like this. This isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been fun though.
Yikes.
I'm not gonna lie, it's been fun. But dude, peonies, they're tough. They're tough. I'm gonna get it though. I'm gonna get it. Yep, yep, yep. Gonna get it. Gonna get it. It's gonna look good. It's gonna look good. Hey, wait, did you all drink?
Yep.
Did you all
Oh,
hydrate?
Yeah.
when this happened?
Oh, he played the hydrate a few minutes ago.
Oh, I've been dehydrated this entire time.
Right when he started talking about flowers, about modeling peonies. That's
Oh, okay, okay.
yep.
Who's flower?
Cheers.
Cheers. You mean tack the dog?
Cheers. No, the flowers he's modeling for the floral studio
Oh,
project that I'm developing.
Bentley.
No, Ludum.
Oh,
Hi.
you go by flower?
No.
No.
Sorry.
Attack the Dawn goes by flower.
I I am creating a program. One of my projects is a 3D studio for
Right.
creating floral arrangements.
Hmm.
And Ludum here is the 3D modeler for that project. And so
Okay.
he makes the actual flower models to go into the project.
Right. Right.
And so right
Nice.
now he's working on trying to model peonies, which he's struggling with. He's already done roses and orchids
That's
and
awesome.
Cymbidiums.
cymbidiums.
Thanks.
You know,
Oh, sorry, I got confused. 'Cause
I could tell. I could tell.
In the Slack, there's a person named Flower. Isn't that Attack the Dawn?
That's attack, yeah. That's attack.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we're
So,
talking
yeah.
about
So
actual
attack,
flowers.
yeah.
Oh,
Attack
the
name.
actual flowers. Got it.
Yeah, we're talking about actual flower. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
Yeah,
talking about
so
Attack for a second. I'm like, okay.
so attack's real name is Florencia, but her nickname forever has
Oh,
been Flower.
nice. That's cool. I think the organs too.
I will be right back.
Kind of don't hear a difference. Oops.
crazy. Oh, man.
Hi everybody. It's been
Hey.
quiet. I've been
Yeah.
listening this entire time, and like no one has been talking.
All right.
I think we've reached that point. It's late.
Everyone's just been in it, in the zone.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Which is totally fair, you know. When you're in the zone, you're just in the zone.
I think when I start getting tired, I stop chatting.
Yeah, I think me too, but I'm kind of in the zone. Yeah, I'm just trying to balance everything.
Sounding good though.
Thanks.
And Travis, you're gonna be at the Level Up Expo just Saturday, did you say?
Friday and Saturday.
Friday and Saturday?
Maybe Sunday.
Well,
I don't know.
just fair warning, if you're manning the booth, if you're manning the booth at for IGDA, we're literally across from you,
Oh,
so I'm gonna be
nice.
waiting at you all the time.
Awesome. We can work on our jelly, our game jelly.
I wish. I'm
It's gonna be a little
hoping that there won't be time for that.
right. I think it's gonna be a little busier than that.
That's true. Yeah. I've
We can
never.
hope. We can hope it's busy.
You guys done this before, right?
I have not.
Hmm.
I no.
Well, I've been to the event.
Is it like I don't know? I just imagine just random people kind of just wandering by, right? Stopping at the
Well,
booth,
yeah.
and you're just like, "Hey, what's up? Here's my info." I don't know.
Well, I mean, like I've only been like one to just visit the expo, not like someone with a booth. Um, but even just that, like I've gone and had try to have conversation with developers and be like, oh hey, like tell me about your game, what is your goal, like that kind of thing. Not just for game developers, but even like artists. It's like, oh
Yeah.
hey, cool, like where like are did you go to school for this? Just try to get to know the artist and just but that's me. I don't expect everyone to do that. But it can be a lot. Um I imagine, like, just the thinking about it as a vendor or someone with a booth. Like last year, I think it hit 120,000 people over 3 days.
Wow, that's crazy.
So, like that amount of people, just like the possibility of 120,000 people walking by your booth, and even if a quarter of that asked questions, like that's a lot of interaction,
Hmm.
a lot,
That's
you
true.
know. But either way, it's a fantastic time. Are you, Travis? Will you be promoting like one of your games or anything of that sort while manning
No,
the booth?
just more of my music. So, um, I might just have like business cards. Maybe I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. Like, how can
Right on.
I market myself?
Right on.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think some of the game jams I was in, I don't think the games are like, I don't know if they'll be presented by the other groups, but
No?
I'll
Oh,
promote my music.
why not?
So I'm excited for it.
It's a good time. Yeah, it's genuinely it's a good time at the event.
Hmm.
To be fair though, every time that I've gone, I've been heavily intoxicated. So this will be my
Oh,
first year in
nice.
the last 10 years going to the event where I won't be drinking.
Wow.
It's all good.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, last year my brother let me borrow his Pikachu onesie.
Oh, nice.
So to most people that know me on the internet, I was just a drunk Pikachu at the Level Up Expo. It's like,
Nice.
oh, that's a little embarrassing. Not this year though. Nope, not this year.
You can be a little drunk, right?
Nah. Yeah, I thought about it because I have social anxiety. So to man a booth and have, people come up and play our demo and stuff. Because we did it for Game Crafters,
Hmm.
and the amount of anxiety with like the 10 to 15 people that played our demo was just extremely overwhelming.
Hmm.
So to have the possibility of more people playing our demo, it scares the shit out of me. But no, like when it comes to professionalism, I want to be professional, right? I don't
Right.
want I don't want to have any kind of intoxication or anything of that sort. You know,
Hmm.
that's just how I am as a professional. As an individual, sure, whatever. But business means business, and that's just
Hmm.
not how I roll.
Yeah, definitely. It's all good.
As much as I want to, just to help that
Hmm.
anxiety, no, I can't do
Yeah. Maybe weed instead. I'm just kidding.
that. That might make it worse. I don't know. But no. No. It's like, yeah, a part of me is like, maybe I'll buy a couple cigars, and maybe midway point through the day, I might go and have a cigar just to calm my nerves. But nah, even then, there's only two of us manning the booth, so we have to
Hmm.
manage our time appropriately. Straight connector and down, right, left. It's gonna be a hoot. Vale, what are you up to right now? What are you working on?
I had been doing some more organization. Right now, I just reset the scene lighting because I don't think we ever set it in the main scene. I think you had messed with it in that other scene. But now that I cleared that other scene out, then I needed to get the lighting on here so we could see what was going on better. So I got that set.
Nice.
I made some adjustments
Well,
to
everyone
the...
saved their work.
I just did. Save. Might as well push it as well, since that's our new rule. Let's see.
Nice, okay.
I also made some adjustments to the group camera for the broadcast cam, but I haven't tested them because I'd have to get another token. Our token expired for this evening, so I'd have to get another one, which I could do, but I kind of feel like I'm getting to the point where I'm ready to kind of throw in the towel for the night.
Yeah, it is getting pretty late.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get latest and see what happens here.
The latest pushes.
Yeah. trees are so crappy looking. I'm like looking at them like these are just poor. Like, wow.
I mean, it's a free asset.
Yeah, but as a free asset, like that's still really bad. And I'm trying not to be too mean and judgmental, but
We don't have to use them if you don't
oof.
like them. I just grabbed something. They looked good to me, you know, as a free asset. I thought they'd be a time saver. But we can use them until we get something better. If you guys create something better, or we don't have to use them at all. That's up to you guys.
I mean, they're good. They're a good placeholder just to kind of get the idea across. But you now have a foliage guy too, since someone you know of has been working on plants and organic modeling.
Right.
We technically have a plant guy now, so
Right.
wow, like this is yeesh. I'm in love with the organization on this in this hierarchy though. Like, it's pretty awesome. It's clean. I admire it.
Well, I have some ideas on a few other things to work on, and I want to test out I want to work on that camera, but I think I've hit a wall for tonight, guys. I really think I'm expired.
Right on. It is about that time. It's
Yeah,
11:30.
Yeah.
kind of late.
But good working with you guys.
Well, great night
Appreciate it.
tonight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate you
Good job,
both
guys.
walking through and sharing some of what you were working on and throwing some punches when it came to talking about points.
Yeah. that that was a good conversation. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know. I
No,
told
it's
Attack to
just
go back and watch that conversation. That was a good one.
flip a coin. Just flip a coin for low or high or medium.
All right.
That's not how things work, Travis.
For anybody who is
Roll
watching
dice.
this after the fact, kudos to you for sitting through all this.
Yeah, thanks for watching.
But thanks for tuning in.
Yeah.
And, we appreciate
Thank you.
those
Thank you.
who are here and support us week after week. Thank you all for being here, even if you're asleep at the moment. We thank you for hanging out earlier. And a special shout out to Abomination. Appreciate your mod work, helping support us. And yeah. So we'll be back at it again next Friday. Tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Pacific, we've got game developers doing a horror game that are going to share their project with us. So hope you'll tune in and join us for that one. Oh, all right, guys. I'm just going to cut it off here.
All right, good night.
All
Good
right.
night. Thanks for
Take
watching.
Sleep well, guys. Great stream today. Great
All
work,
right.
everyone.
Thanks.
Bye.